Hello, everyone, and welcome to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show that attempts to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning with 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver. I am joined by this lovely Shine Sprite, and today we are telling some side stories from AGDQ 2025. I have 5 runs here for you today, each of which is going to be an opportunity to zoom in to a small on-site or community or otherwise cool thing about the event experience that you may have missed if you're not on site, or you may just want to relive if you were there with us raising money for Prevent Cancer Foundation. It's going to be a sick lineup of runs, but before we jump into it, just a couple of quick announcements. Namely, starting off with, you can join the official GDQ Discord, add the hotfix role, and you can keep tabs on all of these upcoming events, including talking with hotfix showrunners, staff in general, and much more. You can use !Discord in the Twitch chat for a little bit more info. As well, we've been replaying all of AGDQ 2025, and threading that into our Hotfix broadcast this week. If you'd like to support GDQ Hotfix, which happens all year round in between the mainline marathons, please check out our 2024 Season 4 t-shirt at theyeti.com/GDQ. Absolutely no bias, but it does include all of the current season's show logos, and I think it looks amazing. Awesome Games Done Quick 2025 was an incredible event, raising $2.5 million for PCF. But one of my favorite parts of the on-site event was the tabling experience. Several other outfits attached to GDQ, like the Frame Fatales, like Back to Black, like the GDQ Hotfix, all had tables on the event. I got the opportunity to work at the Frame Fatales table over the course of the event, and it's amazing to see so many community members pass through, check out our little stations, play some video games, get styled on in Tekken, color in some rats, all these amazing things. I wanted to have a Stardew Valley run here to show off the amazing Fatales community. Shoutouts to Fatales. But Stardew was just on this very Twitch channel. Please go check out the VOD for Jiggy's Oops All Farming from earlier in the week if you missed it. So instead, I reached out to the Stardew community and the farming game community generally, and they are always so ready to play, to bring their A game, and it turned me on to a game in a category that I had not heard much of before, that is a farming game plus a creature collector, plus a card battler, plus a lot of other cool stuff. I'm not the person that should be explaining this, so please let me welcome to the stage Demonic Mermaid running Moonstone Island Summer Temple.
Hi, I'm Mermaid. This is Moonstone Island. I'll probably explain as we get into the run because we have to wait for world generation. So if we go, I'm in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Moonstone Island, I would argue about the farming. Legally it has farming. We're not going to do any of it. I don't think I've ever done it. Have I ever done any of it? Yeah, I have. I did it casually.
That seems to be a common theme with the farming games.
Yeah, no, we don't need farming. But then we get the nice creature Pokemon collector aspects, and we also slay the style card combat, which is interesting and fun. Does anybody want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Eva, or Ava. I have never done this speedrun before, but I have a record in a different category for Moonstone Island, so I guess I'm technically qualified a little bit. And I can confirm that I have never farmed in this game, even casually.
You didn't get past. It's audio fine. You didn't get past the spring temple casually, though, did you?
I don't think I've ever made it to summer casually.
Yeah, this category is the summer temple. So the basic structure of this game is I can't remember what the story is. It's like a lot, like, oh look, there's this memory loss corruption thing. And we have to close it. Is it a void? I'm unsure if it's a void. It's a
We're really good at talking about this game.
Yeah, but there's
played
four.
it a lot
Yeah,
casually.
there's effectively 4 seals we have to get, one from each temple: spring, summer, fall, and winter, which are themed around different Pokemon, not Pokemon types, but Pokemon types. And
They're just little guys.
Yeah, they're just little guys. They're cute. However, interesting. First, we need to get some resources, and we crash landed on this island.
And the little guy following Mermaid around is the starter that you get if you skip the tutorial. It's called Capacity, and it's an electric type. Which will be good for this one because we're going to fight water spirits, and they're weak to electric moves. I've studied.
So how similar to the type chart that dear Pokemon viewers know and love, how similar are we working with on Moonstone Island?
Considerably simpler.
Nice.
Not that complicated. It's nowhere near as bad. It's a very simple thing of there's 8 types. There's one guaranteed weakness between the two. I didn't. That's why that one started so quickly. I didn't turn up their length. Oh well. Speedrun strat. But there's water is weak to electric, earth is weak to poison. Those are the ones I remember. I don't use other types.
Right now, Mermaid's collecting the talismans from these little archers, which let you upgrade the cards in the Capacities deck, so that it can do more damage and stuff.
Yeah, because
and we may see the one speedrun strat that this game has soon, if it works.
Well, no, there's more than one.
Well,
but this one's the first one.
The first one.
Oh, I haven't done this yet. Thank you for reminding me to actually get Fiverr.
Yeah.
I forgot. So this game also has dungeons. I don't know if I've not played enough Pokemon to know the equivalent.
Yeah, I haven't played that much Pokemon either.
It's just
because this is legally a farming game.
Yeah. There we go, we did it.
Yay!
Let's
so
go.
This game has... Ava, do you want to explain how it works, since you found it?
Oh yeah, okay, so that what happened there was if you run into the cliff and you craft the balloon as you're at the edge of the cliff, when you craft something, it kind of pushes you upwards. So if you do it right at the edge, it pushes you up onto the cliff where you need to be, and it saves a few seconds on flying with the balloon. And I found that by accident doing one of my first Spring Temple speedruns.
And so
it's a very fun little thing. Ooh,
I don't want that guy. I don't want Dusty's cute. I don't want Dusty. Dusty kind of sucks.
That first guy's Dusty. He's not very good for this, but this is Mumblebee and he's really good. Oh, there's hop straws too.
Oh, it has friends. That's nice.
Surprise hop straws. Oh no.
I don't want you having friends. Friends are inconvenient. Yeah, but we want Mumble.
To be the only friend.
Mumbleweed is great. And we don't have to ever... Mumbleweed has the best, so that each spirit also has a special ability, which is what really distinguishes between types. And we're gonna get bogged down in this fight, apparently.
This does not... I feel like I never see them have friends in this section. I feel this might be the first time I've ever seen them have people with them.
Now you know the way to phrase that.
That's never happened before.
Thank you. We're starting off strong, friends.
Yep. They have
I-
so much health too.
They do.
A
Hot
level
straw
1 and
is...
2.
Oh well, I'm just gonna try and run away from this. I do not want to fight this.
Can you catch them?
I could. Or we just run away. Running away
Oh, you
is
can run
quicker.
away. That works.
Oh, that's the counter still there. Well, who needs to
You got
level up?
Mumbleweed, and that's the important thing.
The Mumbleweed's special ability is after we... No. After B, go away. We don't want you right now.
Yeah, so we get rid of capacity here just to complete this temple with just the Earth Spirit and upgrade these cards here. Focus and Rage.
Yeah. We don't have a...
No cattail?
No, because I didn't get to the beach bit of the island. There's also that's the farming aspect of this game. We get a what would it be? How do you phrase it? They're basically buffs. That's all the farming ends up being in this game. So if you want a lot large scale, you can farm them up. Otherwise, you can ignore it and just scavenge them off the ground, which is what we're going to do in this run.
Yeah, that's what I normally do.
And then this is then the dungeons will have a guardian. Oh, this one has no speed apparently. And focus makes all our tackle cards, which are main damage, cost 0.
Ideally here we would have had a cattail which upgrades your speed so that when you bash it takes off more armor from the enemy. But it's going to be a little bit slower going this time around.
With it, 2 bashes is going to be interesting. What's this? Okay, phew. That's fine. I applied Rage is a buff that we like here, which is you do double damage, you also take double damage.
So it's a bit of a risk. I definitely wouldn't apply it here.
Oh yeah, here I'm not applying it because I know I'm
would
going to be
die.
bashed down. We would definitely die. And then when you're stunned, you have 1.5 times damage.
So is the entire combat of the run based around setting yourself up for a walloping like that? That seems very, very classically speedrun. Like, if I just don't get hit enough.
Yeah, somewhat. That's why we like focus, because if we can make all our tackle cards free, which come with every spirit as a starting deck, it just doesn't matter because we don't have to worry about energy cost because there's the energy combat system similar to State of Fire.
That fight was making me nervous, but I should just have more faith in Mermaid.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can
concoction.
Let's see, is it any use? Oh, that's actually
It's
useful.
good.
I got a...
Yeah, in these quests in the dungeons, you're looking for those little potions that have the round bottles because they can be like any amount of taking away or adding on to different stats. So you can get really bad ones that take away like 8 health points and don't give you anything in return. But that one gives you HP and speed, so that's really good.
We don't care about any of these, any cards here. Do we have any healing? No, we don't, do we? Okay, cool. And then the normal thing to do when you complete the dungeon, you get there's a nice tree there. You can get extra stamina permanently. I don't want to do that. That's an animation I don't want to watch.
It does take a long time. Even in casual, when I collect those, I'm thinking, please. Please be faster.
So now that we're...
I think that's why I just don't really play this casually. I'm just too used to going fast.
That was also a sub-theme in the Oops All Farming from earlier in the week. So many people like farming games, and I'm still legally considering this a farming game, are like cozy, good time with friends, and everyone's like, nah, I speedrun this. That's all. That's enough for me.
Oh yeah, it's so much more fun. Like, why would I play a farming game
casually? I play casually in quotation marks because I just sleep through most of the days anyway.
That's more casual than me. But then my Stardew casual I would consider is min-max money runs.
Of course.
Yeah, min-max scares me, to be honest.
Yeah, Moonstone Island also has mining. So we're now just in a mine looking for. We need some resources for the rest of the run. Basically, we need 19 copper ore total, and then 24 iron ore,
Yep, and 110 stone.
and 110 stone, and then 123 wood. But then wood is
Yes.
wooden stone. Wooden
I
stone.
have the wood amount further down my document.
The stone will happen on its own basically because anytime we get ore, we also get stone, which is nice. It also means we also
another
need coal.
thing. Sorry.
It's also coal, but yeah. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, we need some coal too. Another thing with the mines is the chests can sometimes drop moonstones, which you need for this run, but you can only find like 1 per island, except for on this main island where you can find 3. So if you do happen to find any chests and you can open them, try and find a moonstone, it can be really helpful to lower your time, because it takes some time to fly around to other islands.
Yeah, that's what we were doing on the first night as well, because it's dark already. Moonstones glow, it's easy to spot them. And then we can just that's iron there. And then we can just go, get them, because we're basically forced to stay up that first night anyway, so we may as well go look for the 3 moonstones while we're up. We only got 2 unfortunately, but we got 1, and then we got lucky with a really visible spawn of a second one on the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So what are all these rocks going towards? What do we need them for?
So it's basically crafting. So we need 10 copper ore to complete a quest that gives us a furnace recipe, and then we have we need 3 copper bars and 8 iron bars for various crafting things. For completing.
I don't know. I don't know specifically like what each bar is for, but eventually we have to craft a Moonstone Enchanter, which lets you craft a spirit barn so that we can get sea glass from a water spirit. We'll get to that. And you also have to craft a decoration station so that you can craft a lantern. You have to give that to the temple to like keep progressing through it. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I love the back and forth. That's how I know that at its core, Moonstone Island is a farming game. Is the back and forth between completely mundane, like, yeah, we're farming grass, we're cutting grass, we're mining for basic rocks, and then it's like, oh yeah, now we need to appease this spirit. Every day I learn something new about a farming game that is just completely unhinged.
Oh yeah, the spirits are
angry.
The spirits are just a bit angry, it's fine.
We'll fix them.
We can fix them.
We can fix them.
I have no food. Interesting. This is fine. I have no energy. Do we have an island there? No, we don't. This is... Oh, we do have an island. There we go. So
Okay,
now we can see the island starting to appear on the mini-map.
Yeah, in the top left. I'm so glad that they show up, like before you have them in like your little coloured in circle.
Yeah, this makes it so much easier to spot them. There we go, and that's a moonstone.
It always annoys me when I do a speedrun for this and I fly out in a direction to try and hit an island where there should definitely be an island, and there usually is, and then there just is nothing there, and I end up just having to wait until I fall into the abyss and die.
Oh no.
It's very sad.
It's great. And I don't have any energy, so I think I'm just going to pass out and worry about it tomorrow.
No warp whistle?
I probably should have warp whistled, yeah. Oh well.
Oh well. That's alright.
I mean, hey, we got the Moonstone. We got the Moonstone from the game Moonstone Island. Sounds like things are going well.
It's working.
We need 2 more, but it should be fine. this isn't an island layout that can have a dungeon, so I'm not going to bother looking anymore.
Chat
Yeah,
hopefully
what
bringing up lava eels from Stardew as an unhinged thing. Please do chime in. What's your favorite completely out-of-pocket thing that a farming game has done to you?
Yeah.
If you or a loved one has been hurt by a farming game before, please let me know.
Play menu well, please. That would be appreciated, game. Yeah, that's a cattail. These are lily pads. These are healing. We like healing because we are going to do basically a small boss fight with minimal levels.
Oh, it is on sale on Steam. Well, isn't that nice?
Oh, that's good.
Well, there you go. If you too want a moonstone from the island, it's 33% off.
Let's go.
And unfortunately, this one does have to engage with fishing.
I would never fish.
It's a fishing. It is a fishing mechanic that exists in a video game.
I'm pretty sure it's a
not
law
the
of the
best
universe that all games are improved by having a fishing minigame.
I would argue that all games are made worse by having a fishing minigame, personally.
I mean, some fishing minigames are not too bad.
Why are we fishing in Moonstone Island, though?
It's one of the... Well, it's an item we need to collect for the temple.
Yeah, so see, the spirit is very angry, and to appease it, it wants a lantern and a fish. Which sounds normal to me. You just gotta go with it.
No, I trust it. Not the weirdest thing a spirit has requested in a video game.
I mean, it also wants effectively spirit poop and a moonstone. So, who are we to question it?
It's pretty high maintenance wanting a moonstone.
Yeah. Why am I getting 2 more moonstones? This is Farah. Farah is wonderful and perfect and pretty and wonderful. And she's buff and has pink hair.
So we like Farah. I'm getting the sense.
Yes. We like Farah. Gemstones sell for money, and then 10 copper ore. And this is in the dialogue that we spammed through. There we go. We now have a friend.
I love the spacebar spamming noises.
Yeah, that's another farming thing.
That comes with Moonstone Island.
Also with Stardew, to be fair.
I don't think I've ever spammed my spacebar. Wait, no. Oh, yeah.
Yes, you did. You animation cancel.
What am I talking about? I almost spammed my spacebar in Stardew Valley.
Okay, 8 rocks. That's what I need.
Do you like dad jokes? That's such a dangerous thing for a video game character to ask. Yes, I do like dad jokes. Please hurt me.
Do we have any?
Jokes.
No? No, you don't have any more dialogue. Oh, that's boring. Mumbleweed is perfect. We're going to go and I think we'll just sleep here, I guess.
See, the mention of Tumbleweed's walking animation has made me realize that he kind of just looks like a Goomba, but like round.
Oh my god, he does! He really does,
don't stomp on him, please. He's a friend.
Do not hurt the Mumbleweed. I've known Mumbleweed for 5 minutes and he is already my son.
Mumbleweed is... He's perfect. His health isn't amazing. He doesn't have the best life, but he'll be fine.
Jeez. Don't bully him. He's trying his best.
Yeah, but each spirit has their own base stat values. So there's power. So there's the power value. There's the power stat, the speed stat, the health, the vitality stat, and
Sorry.
Just gonna do that.
I read he doesn't have the best life in chat against Tad Living.
I mean, it doesn't
It's
have.
such a funny thing to say.
And now we can go back out hunting for moonstones because it's dark again.
And so you
Have
said
it
health
going?
and vitality? What is the difference between health and vitality?
So each spirit has an amount of health, a base amount of health, and then the more vitality you have adds to that, effectively.
Oh, cool.
There's also speed, power, vitality, and there's also armor, which is we don't want to be. If we get bashed down, we get bashed down to 0 armor. You then take your stunned for a turn, and you take 1.5 times damage, which is bad, and we don't want that. So we will be
It's pretty scary.
specifically trying to get a 7 armor for our spirits in this one.
I see a moonstone.
There we go. That's 6 out of 7. I really wish we hadn't missed the one on the main island.
That's
Which one did you not get?
Top right.
Yeah, that's an annoying one.
It's really annoying to try and spot.
That looked like a super convenient pickup, though, at least. The marathon.
Oh, yeah, this
ride
island
on
That
is-
was nice.
This island, I don't think I've ever had an inconvenient pickup with that island. That island is a spring temple, by the way. We're not going there.
See, I was actually going to say the complete opposite and say that usually that island's quite mean to me with the moonstones.
Well, Ava, you said you run Spring Temple. That's like a category.
Yeah.
So that's why. The game knows.
Yeah, the
that
game
must be
just knows. It's midnight again. It's 2 a.m. again. Okay, we're just gonna pass out. It's fine.
Rest in peace.
The sleeping
wow.
animation's really cute.
Yeah, we'll get plenty of that later. Oh no, this is Magic Man, by the way. He's lost his memories.
Is Magic
He's the
Man's
kind of-
face a deck of cards?
Yes.
Wonderful.
He has like
Okay.
talisman eyes, I think.
Yeah, he does. And that's the quest we wanted. Unfortunately, we still need a moonstone because the game went, oh, you're on a marathon. You're gonna have a bad time. And I need to remember where I even put the... We like coping here, it's fine.
I love the silly fish on top of the fish shop. He looks so
Isn't it?
shocked.
Isn't there a fishbowl? Is there a fishbowl?
Sorry?
No, fishbowl, no, it's not a fishbowl.
No,
Fishbowl is legs.
Fishbowl has legs. Fishbowl is a tall guy. Are there romance speedruns? There are marriage speedruns.
Yeah,
I think people have only ever done Farrah though, because I think she likes like copper ore. So
no, there's been a Zed speedrun before.
well, hell yeah.
Who is Zed?
That's the- That is
Zed is the guy from the science
so we
center
did-
that we.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had a nice chat.
The
with
guy
him.
with the glasses.
Okay.
But yeah, Farrah likes some pretty easy stuff. So people, I think is she the fastest still? haven't
I
checked that one
believe
for a
so.
while. I assume she is.
It's,
Yeah. So we get to romance the buff pink-haired lady.
you can note that the
gonna go
benefit
have a
of
look
Pharaoh
at
is you can also camp right outside her house and get to her instantly.
There's only Farrah's on the leaderboard.
That's because the rest would be marked as obsolete.
Were there
You're
big
lucky
shakeups
to-
to the marriage route?
It was more that we slowly worked out. Oh wait, she's actually quicker to do Pharaoh. Unlike
Oh yeah.
Stardew,
So there's a.
where Shane
Aileen
marriage
has
had something happen.
Yeah, Aileen has a obsolete Z run on there. That is almost an hour slower than Farrah.
Wow.
So yeah. And the fastest one is 41 minutes. By Lil's bet.
That's amazing.
So that's our Moonstone set. We are officially in business.
Yippee!
All
And
right.
because we still need to get a water spirit, but we can get that on the main island because that beach area counts. If you get a mine, spirits can appear in a mine, and that counts as
sword already.
You get water there. Yeah, I've already walked my sword.
Okay. That's what I make sure. You've got a lot of stamina. Are you sure you don't want to look around?
What's this way?
See where
this
that
might go
goes.
somewhere. We can see what's here. No way useful.
Oh.
Did I go
This
next
island's
door?
kind of shaped like.
Yeah, that one
Wario.
next door. This is a Wario island.
I saw it and I just saw WarioWare.
Fine, we'll do it this way. Nope, I don't want to do any of those. Give me rage, please. I know this will probably work out quicker. Hopefully. Actually, I doubt it is, to be honest. But we should probably do this anyway for XP, because going in with a level 1 spirit into an area where a boss thing where there's let's see, like level 20 spirits is bad.
So now I gotta ask, how important is the level scaling in this game?
Well, not that important, it's fine. We're going in with... It's not... Spring Temple, we go in with a... What level do we go in? Is that normal level 9, level 7, single, just enough spirit?
Yeah, something like that. You level up during the temple too, though.
So we'll start at that level, and by the time we actually get to the boss, we'll hit we hit like level 11, I think. So it's not actually that bad. And the benefit of electric spirits is, apart from the fact they also have apart from the fact it's convenient and you have the weakness, but there's also the fact that they have a buff. Each spirit type in the game has like a special buff thing to them. Earth spirits have rage, and electric spirits have... Do I really have to go back to passing out?
Straight up to level 7 is pretty good in one fight.
Yeah, that's why we can get away with going in with a level 1 spirit. Because we should get a wood and pass out. Stop making bad decisions, please.
I love how bouncy the Mumbleweed is.
Yeah, Mumbleweed, he's vibing.
There's something so ominous though about Mumbleweed in the semi-darkness of like just being outside your little light circle here.
That's true. I didn't. Oh. And all the locals would like to come say hi to us, apparently. So charge basically adds a static amount of damage to every single hit. And we can stack that with rage. So this one charge if we had rage up, it would give us +2 damage instead. So it's actually a really strong combination. And more importantly, it doesn't take any setup. Because setup is slow and we don't want to do that.
I found myself kind of bobbing up and down like Mumbleweed is. I don't know what that says.
He's just a good
He's kind of
friend.
nice though.
He's just a little guy.
I feel closer to him. Yeah, all the locals on Mario Island just want to say hi. They're so welcoming.
And another Dusty. Dusty is a very little guy.
He's very buff though. Look at that guy.
Yeah. You got to be buff for that.
just like juggling that rock. That's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a little guy with a rock. And Capacity's ability and why we like it so much, apart from the fact that it is the starter spirit, so it's convenient and we're not getting anything else, is when it hits 0 health, it comes back up with 10 for the first time in a combat.
That seems extremely good for a combat-based speedrun.
Oh, it is. It's really nice. So
I always forget about that whenever I fight them, and then I get really annoyed when they come back to life because I thought that I won.
Oh yeah, they suck to fight against, but it just means we don't have to invest in health as nearly as much as we would otherwise, because we get a free revive, half revive. Yes, I know we passed out. I just want to go home.
Does he have a legless spilled fishbowl in his house? That seems kind of inhumane.
Yeah, he has a fishbowl. He loves fishbowl. I think it's a mini fishbowl of some kind.
I don't trust that guy. I don't know about that.
There we go. And
oh, that was nice.
Yeah, there we go. We just need to get over to the. Oh, that's kind of appropriate for the show. It's a little guy. It's a sandcastle.
I love how his mouth opens up really wide when he jumps.
Yeah, I believe the name is Sandcastle.
He looks so surprised.
Yeah.
Now he looks even more surprised.
The Sandcastle.
And Sand Crashel. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. All the names are very good in this game.
I wish we could show off more of the spirits, because I love the spirits in this game so much.
Is there a recruit 'em all, catch 'em all, tame 'em all sort of analog run in this game?
I dread to think how long that would take.
Hey Quack, if you're willing to run it, I'll add it to the board if you're willing to run it.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, how long would it take? Like, is this like a 2-hour affair or like a 20-hour affair to get all of them? How many little guys in Moonstone Island?
We will see when we actually go to bed and not pass out for once. Actually. So we can find out then. I believe it's 93? It's not the best.
Seems like a doable number of little guys for one speedrun to tame them all.
Just one speedrun. It's just the cat. Yeah, no, it didn't. Yeah, I think it was a 93. And we're getting back to bed because we need to hit summer, because the first things you need to get for the temple are season locked, which is incredibly annoying. But now we can do all our crafting.
I do kind of want to do an adopt 'em all speedrun now.
Good. More silly
also,
categories.
I'm not sure if I hate myself that much. Not right now. I'm not really in the speedrunning era right now. I don't know if I can go straight to that, you know? I'm gonna ease into it.
Now our little guy can go to the spirit bar. You need more power. Sure, it's good enough.
I'm quite sad that we don't get to use Sand Crashel much.
Yeah, the water spirits in this game they're not useless. They're just outplayed by a few others.
Don't be mean to him.
Why didn't I get the regroup? I need the regroup's useful. Oh well. But now he's in this nice little spirit barn and we can maybe feed him. I suppose we should feed him. We have flowers. He gets flowers for once instead of, because you can feed them flowers.
Can't believe you're considering not feeding him.
I was gonna say, I suppose we should feed him. Ma'am, that is a little guy right there. You will treat my
and the
son
only reason
with
you're
respect.
feeding him is because you need his poop.
Yeah, we do. We just need his poop. We'll feed him until he gives us poop.
The thing Mama doesn't want anyone to know is that later on she's not going to feed it anymore and it's going to run away and we're not going to have Sand Crashel anymore.
I don't know what
It
you
isn't
mean.
that sad.
Oh, I forgot to feed it. Oops.
Oh my god. It was a joke. Please don't actually not feed him.
It's fine. There's a few days before they start to get hungry and run away. And they get food before it is.
Yo. Oh,
should we save
now he doesn't
it?
get fed anymore.
Fine, I'll save it.
Yay!
Let's go! Justice for Sand Crashel.
He's Zed's problem now.
Yeah. But now we're just going to sleep to summer.
Cool. So while we do the iconic farming game speedrun strat of taking a good nap, how did you find this game? Like, how did you come to be a Moonstone Island runner?
How did I saw the game, and in true me fashion of I cannot play casually, when this looks speedrunnable. Something which I think you did something similar with Beastable Quack.
Yeah, I have been known to see a little guy and be like, I must speedrun this game now.
But yeah, so seeing a few people play it, it's like, this looks incredibly speedrunnable, and oh, there's no speedrun homepage? Let's fix that.
Hell yeah.
And also, she's been in chat a little bit, but a little bit earlier. Ilam is also one of the other moderator for this game. How did you find it, Ava?
I don't remember. I don't remember like how I found out that this game existed, but it was on my wish list for a long time before it released. I don't know where I saw it initially, but it was on my radar for a long time. And then I didn't actually end up playing it that much, but then you were like speedrunning it, so I thought it looked fun.
Yeah,
and now I only speedrun it.
It's nice to speed game. It's fairly simple.
I think Spring Temple is one of my favourite speedruns I've ever done.
It's a nice
for anything. It's just a very, it's quite short, so you can fit it in quite easy, and it's just nice. I don't know.
It's like
it has a lot of variety of like all the things that you do, which I think is nice.
It's like 25-30 minutes, and it's a kind of nice run to just deal with. You basically rock up. You get a nice spirit in the first dungeon. And then get the resources, and then rock up to the temple with basically no leveling, and pray you don't die.
Yep.
While you're
and
taking
if you do
double
die,
damage.
You cry.
I love when speedruns include prayer as a part of the route.
What else you meant to do? Well, actually get level up? That's slow.
Well, I remember when we first started doing Spring Temple runs, and we were like, I don't know if a sub 30 is possible. Like, I wonder if we'll get a sub 30 one day, and now almost all of the times on there are sub 30s.
Yeah, my PB is 28 minutes.
Yours is, well, on the leaderboard, it's 29:17, unless you have one that you haven't submitted.
I would never not submit a one.
I'm detecting just a hint of sarcasm in the voice there, Mermaid.
I don't know if I think I might have accidentally deleted the recording anyway. Oops.
But the Spring Temple world record currently is 26:40. And for summer, the only one on the leaderboard is Eileen, which is 1 hour 6 minutes.
Yeah, but in practice, yes. I don't know. Where did I put the ash? Oh, it's still in the furnace. There we go. There's the ash. I got a 51-minute time. And now we're back in summer. Now we're in summer. The crops are different.
It's so bright.
It's so much brighter than spring. And these have moss balls are also healing, which we like that. But it's healing, and it also gives us a buff as well. So it's double nice.
I think the moss balls are so cute. I want to pat one, you know what I mean?
Yeah. like shrubbery.
So yeah, I was looking on the boards when scouting for this, and I know there are several runs of Spring Temple, which makes sense based on what you said. It's the shortest run, it's the easiest to sort of dive into. Smaller number of runs for summer, and then none for fall and winter. Is that just because of the season lock on the temples? Like, is it just there would be a lot more sleeping to get to winter, or are there other parts of those other, like, single temple runs that have made them less approachable for the Moonstone Island community?
They also get the later temples also higher level. So it's not just a case of we have to sleep more because season locked items.
Or honestly, like the thing that turns me mostly off the later temples is the fact that I would have to sleep more, because if you sleep for like so long, it makes the run so much longer, and then if you end up dying in the temple, it's so much worse.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just don't want to deal with that. I feel like if I ever did do like a layer temple one, it would probably be like the full, like all of them. Because, I mean, doing all that leveling just to do like Winter Temple. I don't know.
Like, by the time you actually do enough leveling to do Winter Temple vaguely consistently, it's like you may as well just any percent.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you might as well just do the whole game.
But just because something is not, strictly speaking, the best idea doesn't mean that we can't speedrun it. That's the point of the extension and miscellaneous leaderboards, and that is, in some respects, the point of Make Your Own Victory.
Well, see, after doing so many Stardew Valley marriage speedruns where the village's birthday is in winter and you have to sleep all the way to winter before you can do anything, and I'm not sure if I want to do that anymore.
That's fair. That's pace yourself.
That's called sanity.
Here's to many more years of speedrunning, provided we continue to enjoy the video games the same as we have to this point.
I love holding D and pressing Y for 10 minutes straight.
I mean, to be fair, that's more engaging than what I was doing for sleeping, because the way that Moonstone Island sleeping is, I can just face the bed and then and just press spacebar every so often. That's it, set the prompt. So I can just do it entirely one-handed, which is kind of nice. Just because
you can
then
also do it entirely one-handed in Stardew.
That's true. That's something
do you put one hand on the D and one hand on the Y?
Yeah, you have one. You use your both index fingers.
You're just getting your own way.
Yeah. But yeah, now what we're doing is looking for the summer temple. Which, is this it?
Ooh, it's kind of shaped, like, maybe.
From the shadow, nah. No, it's not.
See, I don't actually know what the island looks like, so I'm just guessing.
I vaguely know what the island looks like, but
this one's just a donut.
We also know where it spawns. Because
Sand Crusher, water friend.
Yeah, he's in the science center. He's having a nice night.
Ooh, Moonstone. That was a nice, convenient Moonstone. I know we don't need it, but
I think we don't need it.
Nice.
That's why it's convenient now.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's also that little guy, but we don't want to interact with that little guy right now, so we're just gonna leave him.
Okay, but what if you pet him? For me. I'll cherish you forever. Goodbye.
I love how bouncy all the spirits are.
They got so much animation to them.
They're very cute. I do really like the art style of this game a lot.
Oh, this island sucks. I don't want to. Do I have wood? I don't have any wood.
No wood.
Now, this game is also designed, the way this game has level design, it's incredibly good and has no issues at all. This makes sense, don't worry about it.
I love doing that.
Yeah, wait, hang on. you're building planks out into the water and then snapping up? That's just how that works?
Apparently.
It's basically, I believe it's because basically the game is kind of 2D. But
It's awesome.
it's great. It's perfect. But basically, we're looking in. It's the way the islands are generated. There's each ring of islands out from the center has a temple on it, or like story point. And then, so on the first ring, we have the 0th ring is the center. The first ring is then the Spring Temple, which is always in the same location, which is also another reason why Spring Temple runs are really nice, because you don't have that RNG in it. And then you go down.
And electric islands are really annoying because they zap you.
I was gonna say,
take your stamina away.
are the trees attempting to shock you?
No, you can still chop down. If you chop down all the trees, it still does it.
Wow,
It's just the environment. It's just a hostile environment.
Dang, Moonstone Island got hands.
On the poison ones, there's like little poison clouds if you touch them and they take away your stamina too.
The poison clouds are fun though. I like the thing with individual temple speedruns is some of them are interesting and would actually potentially have some interesting mechanics to them. For example, like the full temple, which we're not going to see, is.
Is there a secret under that cliff?
Under that cliff there. No, that's just that's World Gem. It's perfectly fine.
Why? It's tricking me into thinking there's something special down there.
What the
heck?
It does look like a secret cave.
It looks like it should be a cave. It's not though. I don't think. I'm pretty 99% sure the engine that this game is in does not have that capability. Unfortunately.
Yes, there are also islands that set you on fire. That's true.
Great! What a good vacation.
Any percent loves those islands.
How much time does any percent have to stay on the island that sets you on fire?
That's the only island type that doesn't have a themed temple associated with it. So not a lot. Okay, that's not one there. I'm just gonna pass through that because I don't want to fly all the way out, and we know there's no islands there. So we may as well give up and go back here.
This is the most fun part about Summer Temple.
Is the hunt for Summer Temple itself.
Yeah, we're now hunting for the temple because it's generated randomly, which is...
Yeah, this is definitely another reason why the later temples are much less run. Because this could definitely kill your run very easy. Like, unless you find the temple, like, super quick.
Yeah, like,
it's gonna be hard to
PB
stuff.
My PB is about a minute from now. And that was... That's because I instantly found the temple.
Chat consistently just like a minute faster to the punch than I am. You've heard of the beach that turns you old. Now get ready for the island that turns you on fire.
Yeah, and the thing, you can also spot poison temples really quickly because they have that effect, that cloud effect around. And we aren't looking for a poison island. So we're just going to leave. Yep, the next one down here is a potential location. At least with later temples after the Summer Temple, it probably would be worth, because they're on rings further out than this, to at least get the glider, which is a considerably better upgrade to speed for moving around.
I don't know, this image of just like you over open ocean holding a single helium balloon is kind of peak, though.
It's awesome.
It's perfect. You must have such good grip strength for it.
I kind of wish that the balloon, like you could just upgrade the balloon instead of having to switch to a paraglider and stuff, because I think the balloon looks so much cooler. And it's quite unique.
There is a broom.
Oh yeah, but I don't like the broom as much as the balloon either.
But realistically, you just skip the broom because by the time you can get the broom, you can just get the glider. There we go. There we go. There it is.
Yay! All right. We made it.
Yeah, that looks vaguely temple-like.
We can also just go through here because there's no collision. Because level design thing. Come on, I want to land here, please. There we go.
All right. Good luck the final stretch.
We still have to go fishing. I just want to get this animation out of the way.
Good luck the fishing minigame, and then the final stretch.
There and there. And that's the only reason we need to sleep this summer.
Isn't that awesome?
Where's the fishing rod? There we go.
If they added a way to get the forage earlier than the season, that would be so huge.
It would be so nice. It would be a nightmare for any percent, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Can you buy the can you catch the jewel fish in other seasons or just summer?
Yeah, any season.
Oh.
Fishing is you just can't catch it in winter because there we go, first try.
Nice.
Yippee!
Also, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that is a cool looking fishing mini game. I think you're in the minority opinion here, Mermaid.
This is not a bad fishing minigame. There's also fish. There are. Going back to the oops or farming, there is it is in fact actually possible to do fish patterns like with Stardew. We're just not going to because I don't know them that well.
That makes sense.
There we go, and now we're fully buffed there. And we have to feed Cabas. I'll use you later just in case.
Yeah, based on the health values I've seen, that concoction seems like a pretty good safety.
Yeah, it's nice for the speed. And we save. And we're saving because I don't overly want to do that. I'm just gonna leave.
With fishing minigames, my only real gripe is that they just make your day take a lot longer because of the time pauses when you do the minigame. I don't actually dislike the minigame. It's just like, it takes like an hour to play a day of Stardew if you're fishing the whole day. But I don't have anything against the minigame. Except for the fact that I'm bad at it. That's not the game's fault.
That's just called a skill issue.
It is.
I also forgot to do this apparently, so it's a good thing I exited the title. We just
I
want
did a
to
really
get
good
all
job reminding you.
And these bashes suck because we haven't invested anything in speed. So we want them out of our deck because they suck, because they're bad and it's just going to cause clutter.
That's a very Slay the Spire-y strategy.
Yeah, that's also why we like. There we go. And there's only one friend this time.
Sandy! Sandy's here.
Oh, hi Sandy. That's the main dev for the game. And now, of course, we don't get any. Fine, we'll just do it this way. The capacity's down, that's fine. Capacity will survive even with the brain, even with that, because health, also because we're going to do that.
Can't believe we're fighting Sandcrashel's brother right now.
Yeah, but look,
It's revenge
because
for
of
the
the
day of
weakest...
not
There we
feeding.
go.
Maybe this is Sandcrashel. Maybe this is our Sandcrashel. He escaped.
And that's why we like stacking the charge and rage, because with stunned and weakness, which are both a 1.5 times multiplier, you end up with a lot. It's like it'd be 2.25x damage on the spirit, which is kind of good, and we don't have to invest nearly as much power. There we go. Good enough.
Another thing with the temples is that they give you a new kind of tool halfway through that lets you move on with the temple going forward. So my mate just got flippers there, which let you swim up waterfalls. The spring temple gives you a wand that lets you grow, like quickly grow crops, so that you can quickly grow these ladder plants so you can climb up to the next stage in the spring temple.
Wait, grow crops? What is this, a farming game?
Apparently.
All I've seen is mining and little guy.
I mean, any
When I
percent
first
of
did Spring
farming.
Temple, I forgot that it gave me the tool and I didn't know how to progress because I never farmed and I didn't know what that was what the tool did.
That's so
So-
funny.
And luckily they're all targeting mumblebees, so I'm quite happy ignoring them for now. Yeah. There we go. 26 damage. But when the base damage is 8, because we have the charge and the rage, it's a very nice combination.
Yeah, 30 is a
Coffee down
pretty big
there.
number, yeah, for the level deficit here. And also, just like looking, sort of lay observation here, but the amount that like they try to match your level, the amount of XP you're getting to catch up is not quite as intense
yeah.
as the level 1 encounter, but like you're in the fight for sure.
And that's why we have armor, because unlike Slay the Spire, it doesn't actually... The way that it ends up working is it's a you have to remove it from bashes in other cards. It's not Slay the Spire when it's effectively temporary health points. And so it doesn't actually go away at any point, which is really nice. Capacity will be fine, and that can waste its turn because the AI is not that smart. To be fair, we haven't helped the AI because we did turn the difficulty down to easy, but all that does, it reduces what the way that works is the difficulty just basically increases how many cards the enemy draws.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a cool way to handle difficulty in a game like this.
I'm more than 10 though. No, it's fine. You have no power. Fine. And down.
Nice.
Yeah, the level scaling is kind of nice for this because it means we can just go in, not worry about being severely going with a level 1 spirit. As long as it doesn't die, it will get a lot of XP out of it. And then it will basically catch up instantly.
I
And
love
now
the
we
look
just
of this temple. It's very neat.
speed, no point upgrading, health, survivability. Sure, give you an extra bit of power. And take armor.
I'm glad that the capacity gets time to shine in this run, since it doesn't in
Yeah.
Spring Temple.
Spring Temple, we literally abandon it. Because
If we
we
just put it
don't.
in the science center and never touch it again.
Oh no.
It's very sad.
And before the science center is relatively new added to the game. Before that point in time, we actually just let it go into the wild.
Poor little guy.
Instead of storing it, we sent it to the science center because it's quicker and it's less menus. It doesn't have an "Are you sure" menu on it.
Oh, his little paper boat hat. I love it.
That's very fun.
Ooh,
Is this
and that's
our final encounter of the temple?
Yes, this is the boss.
All right, good luck.
It also has a little interesting thing. All the bosses do of you're bashing past me, you're bashing me. I am fine. It has a unique mechanic to it. This one is you retain all your cards, so you don't, which makes this boss easier than it otherwise would be. Interesting.
I was gonna say, is that not just pure upside for you?
Mm-hmm. It's great. It's actually really, really nice to have. So I'm not going to complain. It's definitely more useful than... It's nicer to deal with than the one for... Why did I do that? It wasn't going to survive anyway. It's fine. Anything else I can do this time? Sure, we can bash you down. We're out of energy. It's also a really nice upside with this in particular, because all of our tackles, which is basically just free damage. So why would we have any issue with this? There we go, 36 damage 4 times.
Wow.
Nice. Let's go.
Because they're minions, they die as soon as the boss goes away.
That's a sick fight. And he gets B.
There he goes.
And the time is now, as I pick up the water seal.
GG. What?
Yippee!
What a run! Forgetting trolled a little bit with the actual location of the summer temple itself. That was an incredible temple itself. That was so smooth.
Honestly, that temple wasn't that bad. It's like we did like a quarter of the map, which isn't nearly as bad as it could have been, because it also could have been there, all of that.
In the run that you sent me before, Mermaid, didn't you reset the temple like quite a few times as well?
Yeah, I think so.
But you didn't in this one.
We had level. So, if you have absolutely no levels going in, you can cheese it a little bit more by saving after every fight, and you just save load it until it works. Didn't need to.
Yeah, that's marathon. That was
that was like a really quick temple.
A good showcase of marathon luck for this game, where we had a couple of things go a little awry, and then a couple of things just line up, and that alpha strike on the water temple boss was beautiful. And it seems like we had a representative or two from Studio Supersoft in the chat, congratulating you for destroying the bosses. So tell the people who you are, where they can find you, and where they can find this game.
I'm married. You can find me at twitch.tv/demonic mermaid, which I assume is somewhere in a comment or something. I don't know. I stream occasionally a few random little indie games. You might get one stream per game, maybe near the start of it, and then the next stream will possibly end up being, oh yeah, I finished the game. This is a speedrun, by the way. Because that's how games work. Games has become too interesting to press the go live button.
Real.
This game is on Steam. What else is it on? Twitch, Crunchy. You can get it with a Crunchyroll, premium Crunchyroll subscription, I believe.
And once again, it's on sale on Steam.
Yeah, but
Right now.
the devs are wonderful. We are an actively really supportive for speedrunning stuff for Moonstone. For example, we there was a while where we would because we didn't get to show it off, but we have a trick where we can basically make ourselves teleport distances by filling up all the other available spaces and then displacing ourselves. And we were trying and make that work to try and clip into the temple and not have to deal with the seasonal restrictions. And so Sandy's like, oh yeah, here's an image of the temple with all the hitboxes.
Yeah, showed us how we could possibly glitch in.
So this game's wonderful. Go play it.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Ava, anything you'd like to shout out? Where can people find you?
I stream on Twitch at Ava. It's spelled how it is on the stream. I sometimes do speedruns. I haven't really been doing it recently. I've been trying to actually finish playthroughs for once because I never do that. But I'm kind of itching to speedrun now, so I might have to do something soon.
Yeah, let's go. Well, if you've got the speedrun itch, we've got 4 more speedruns coming up today on Make Your Own Victory, none of which will beat the game, because that's the entire point. We are going to take a quick break, so use this moment to stretch, hydrate, find the little guys near you, and give them some love and affection, and we will be right back with some more Hotfix. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the show where we capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning with 0% of the completed video games. Thank you so much one more time to Mermaid and Ava for jumping on with Moonstone Island, and shout out once again to the Frame Fatales. They were not the only Fatales we will see today, and if you want some more Fatales action, GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, is going to be live on this very Twitch channel from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on the event, or use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. The schedule for Frost just came out. It is unfairly stacked. It's going to be, there's so many good runs. But speaking of Fatales, our next Fatale runner is also part of another sort of important behind-the-scenes aspect of what makes the Games Done Quick marathons tick, and that is the Games Committee. If you're unfamiliar, Games Committee is the organizational body behind scheduling the marathon, making sure the donation incentives and general flow of the marathon go off as smoothly as it does, and as each Games Done Quick event that I have had the pleasure of attending has been more meteorically cool than the last, I thought it extremely appropriate to highlight our wonderful Games Committee. And in this case, to highlight them with a run that is so silly and so near and dear to my heart. So please welcome Greta Ice Vixen running Pokémon Sword Flex on everyone.
Hello. Yes, thank you. I am Greta Ice Vixen, and my name is Greta. And yeah, I am a member of Games Committee. Also, I was on for Frost Fatales. The schedule just came out. We were just talking about that. So it's great to be here and show off one of the categories of all time. You will hear much more about what this could possibly be. But first, my commentators, if you would like to say hello.
Hello, everyone. My name is Head Bob. I speedrun the Switch Pokemon games and some other ones as well. But I'm very excited to be here. This is going to be a very awesome run.
Hi, everyone. My name's New Amber. You might have seen me on the couch for Let's Go at the AGDQ that just happened. And I saw this category for the first time like 3 days ago, and it is already the greatest category of all time, and I love it so much. I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah, this is, I feel like Make Your Own Victory. This is this is the peak of all victories, I think.
You're so
Completely agree.
Alrighty, so I will get this started because we get to sit through like a minute and a half of cutscene that we can't skip. So that'll be a perfect time to talk more about what this is. So let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck flexing.
Thank you. Yes, so I feel like this category has many funny stories attached to it. So let me just explain, what is this flexing that we are doing? So this stems from the original category, which is called Flex on Mum. Mum as in mom, except we're British. And that was created by the one and only Shenanigans. Maybe you've heard of him. And basically the deal with it is that at the start of the game here, we go to our mom, excuse me, and talk to her. And she gives us 30,000 Poké-Dollars, which is a lot of money. And she's like, use it on like potions and take care of yourself. But turns out at the very first clothing store that you can get to in the game, there is a singular t-shirt that costs 30,000 Poké-Dollars. And so what Shen realized was, hey, that's the entire amount of money that our mom gives us. Wouldn't it be funny if we just blew all our money on that? And so that's what he did and bought the t-shirt. And then here's where the flexing comes in. We go back to our mom, flex on her with our new drip, as it were. And you do this little pose where if you spin, then you do like Leon's signature pose. And it's like really epic and cool. So that's the flexing part. So that's what that is. And this is an extension of that, in that we will be flexing on many more people than just our mother. Approximately 30 people.
There's some Pokemon in there too.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I didn't even know the whole like lore about like, it uses exactly all of your Poké-Dollars, and I think that makes it so much more funny. I literally just thought it was like a cool shirt that we just like show our mom.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Shout out to Shen.
They started with Flex on Mom, and then people just created Flex on categories for like everything. And I have no idea how they happened. Just one day I looked at the like Cadex leaderboards and they were just there.
Yeah, I would say the flex categories, all of them, are the pinnacle of like, wouldn't it be really funny if we did this thing? And it just further devolves.
I stopped following the Sword Shield leaderboards regularly sometime around Flex on 4 Moms, which is a category, by the way.
Okay, actually hard menu right here, setting all your options like super quickly. That was really good, by the way. That was like perfect.
Thank you. I really thought I'd mess it up and embarrass myself.
Like a genuinely hard menu because there's like no delay between inputs. So you can just do like literally as fast as you can input the buttons. Yeah. Yeah.
I think my favorite bit with Flex on Mom is when Jordan did an all-obtainable Pokemon run of Sword Shield and then did Flex on Mom afterwards and then submitted it to Flex on Mom as like an 18-hour run. That was peak comedy.
That's some
I know.
incredible energy.
Genuinely.
Something that some people do, I think I did this when I did like diploma for this game, like completing the Pokedex, is the very last thing you do is in order to evolve Milcery into Alcremie, you have to spin. So if you go and flex on Mom
Oh my
with
gosh.
the
Oh my
Milcery in your
gosh.
party, then it'll evolve.
You're a genius.
Oh, that's gotta be a new category.
What are all the Flex on categories? There's Flex on Foremoms, there's like Flex on Granddads or something.
Yes, Charizard.
I've got the SRC
think-
page up. The flex targets.
All right.
The flex targets are Mum, Brothers, Charizard, Four Mums, Granddads, Cosmog, and Freezington. And we will be flexing on all of them today.
And more.
Yeah, some of those categories have multiple in one, so we get way more than just meets the eye. It'll be great.
Oh my god, we can create like 10 more categories just from this run with
That's
all the new
true.
flex targets. Oh my
Like
gosh.
separate them all off.
Oh yes.
This doesn't.
I am
Also-
getting on creating all of them as we speak.
Yeah, this doesn't lead to an explosion in Sword and Shield running, but specifically category extensions.
Yeah, the nice thing about this, like unironically, is since this is like peak make your own victory, you can choose literally like anyone you want to flex on, and it'll be like not very long of a category, so like you don't have to dedicate that much time to it.
Well, I mean,
It's
you
great.
could choose to like flex on Eternatus and then just run the entire like 4 hours.
You could do that.
Flex on Sword, Root, and Shieldbert.
Flex on Reggie, Aleki.
But yeah, all the other flex categories, I was there when they were created, but they're like a fever dream. So I can't exactly remember. But I think it pretty much was just me and Jordan97 being like, this would be really funny, guys. We should do this. And then we did it, and it was funny. And that's all.
Shout out to Jordan97, very
Yes.
long time Sword Shield runner.
Yes,
very,
yes.
very good at the game, and also has some of the ideas of all time. Such as, didn't Jordan do level 100 before the going to Route
Yes.
2 or something?
Oh my goodness.
How many hours did that take? Like 30 hours or something?
I don't even know if he finished it. Okay, I have to pick Grookey. This is important because I don't normally pick Grookey.
Why is Grookey optimal for flexing? I mean, like, aesthetically that's perfect, but why mechanically?
So, for the amount of the game that we're playing, which is not very much, we're doing through like the second hop fight. Grookey is actually the fastest to get through that section of the game. So it saves us a few turns on Sobble, who we would normally take. So it's just a little bit faster. Because obviously, we're playing very optimally here.
It's
Yeah, we gotta make all the correct decisions for this category.
you can't flex on people slowly.
Both practice runs I saw, I think you got minus attack on your
Yeah, I think
Grookey,
so, too.
So hopefully that just doesn't happen this time. And we can be on world record pace.
Yeah. I also just realized that my splits say flex on Feasington instead of Freezington.
All right,
I
new
don't know what
category. I'm adding that.
Feasington is, but and to explain Freezington and Feasington, I guess that is the town in the second DLC area. So we're going to the DLC. That'll be fun. But Freezington is a town with not that many people. So we're gonna flex on everyone in that entire town, basically.
So how did flex on Freezington come to exist? Was it just like, because the others, like, I kind of get they're derivatives of flexing on your relatives and whatever, but then it's like, oh, DLC, what if I flexed on this entire city of people?
I guess it was just like there are few people in that town, and also I think actually the real place it probably came from was the Cosmog. Because there's a Cosmog that is like out in the overworld that's like some lady's Cosmog that she gives to you. I think that's probably where it came from, was like, we want to flex on Cosmog. Well, we may as well do the entire town too.
Oh yeah, might as well. Like, why not?
Oh my, whoa.
Whoa! That doesn't normally happen. Like, he's actually good pace.
Oh.
We're actually
Holy.
pacing here. Ironically.
Let's go.
I don't think I've ever had that happen to me.
We got 2 in the first 5-10 minutes of both runs so far. I'm contacting our later runners and telling them, manipulate your RNG. We're gonna get a full run of show that's just all never happened before out the first 10 minutes.
Wouldn't it be really
I've
funny?
Never one-shot the hop starter there
Oh my
until
god.
now.
Wouldn't it be really funny if like this just turned out to be like a legitimately very good Flex on Mom time? It's like
I wish if it was like, maybe that's the strat, is like reorder the flex targets such that you do mom first still, so like you can get a good time in flex on mom and then do the rest of it. I don't know.
For when you're grinding out your flex on
Yeah.
one time.
Yeah.
You don't want to
People
just
unironically did this. I have seen people genuinely do like hours-long streams of just Flex and Mom.
I mean, looking at the board now, it seems really competitive for what the category is. There's like a tie for third with just barely sub 16. There are like 10 runners in between a 1555 and a 1606. Like, that's competitive.
yeah, people were serious about this for sure.
Yeah.
They meant business.
Yeah, flex on mom is
45
great.
people on the boards.
Like you can just do so many runs so quickly. It's so good.
I think maybe people just aren't
Oh.
used to running Pokemon and being able to do like short speed runs. So something like this really stood out to people.
Yeah, especially for this game, like a short category for this game.
I was gonna say, because you're also running this game specifically at Frost Fatales, yes?
Yes,
and that's
thank
like
you
a
for the plug. I forgot.
4-hour, it's like a 4-hour estimate for
Yes.
for a trade alt main run.
Yeah, it's even worse because trade alt mains cut out like 20 minutes from the start.
Oh, no.
So yeah, like a typical run for this game is gonna be like 4 hours plus for any percent. So it's nice to have something short.
Yeah, and for me at least, 45-ish minutes is sort of like my sweet spot with speedruns that I do. So the nice comfort of just being able to boot up the game and flex on everyone.
Yeah, it's great because you can, choose whoever you wish to flex on and make it whatever length you want, basically. So it's great.
Now, I have a very important question for you, Greta.
Mm-hmm.
Who is your favorite Flex target?
Ooh. Like asking you to pick a favorite child. It's tough.
Well, I don't want to spoil everyone I'm flexing on in the run, but I think flex on Wooloo is up there.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
All right. That's
I
probably
like
in,
Wooloo.
at least my top 5. Probably top 3, to be honest.
Yeah, while we're here doing this, I guess I should promote my run a little more since we were talking about it. Yeah, for Frost Fatales, I will be racing Sword and Shield with Corvame, who you may know. Intended, yeah. Also, I was just on her
Good one.
couch at AGDQ with Sanchan, the ORS race. That was really fun. Yeah, the two of us, we're racing this game. So if you want to see like this full game to completion, and we're gonna be using evolutions to beat the game as well. So if you want to see that, it is on. I think it's March 14th is the Friday
Yep.
of the event. So if you want to see that,
You'll love it.
and all the other really, really good runs that we have in Frost Fatales this year, and I mean just every FF event ever.
This is true. Fatale's consistently stacked. Now,
Yes.
I know we were talking about Games Committee sort of earlier, and this was, correct me if I'm wrong, this was your first mainline event as a member of the mainline Games Committee, yes?
Yes.
So, asking completely unseriously, who do I have to talk to about getting flex on everyone as like an incentive to the full game run? Just like it can't be that much of a detour, right? For the culture.
Well, let me tell you this. For Frost, we actually it hasn't been like accepted or not accepted yet, but we did put a flex incentive for our Frost
I'm
run.
over the moon.
Oh my gosh.
It could happen.
Wooloo.
Hello, Wooloo.
Hello.
Yeah, so you saw me, I went and talked to my mom. That was her giving me my money. This is a level 5 Wooloo. That is pretty decent. Okay. So yeah, now I have my money. And I just caught this Wooloo. I do that for a few different reasons. One, the most basic one, is if you catch something here, then later on Route 2, we get to skip the catching tutorial, which will save us time. But also, the experience helps out a lot. Or faster fights. And I'm hitting a wall. I'm hitting everyone. Okay. All right, let's go buy our shirt.
It's a really nice shirt, you guys. You'll love it.
This is actually the peak of fashion right here.
I mean, it must be if
I'm
it's
actually gonna-
$30,000.
Everything else is just like 1,000. This one's just $30,000.
So, in the rules, you don't have to take off your sweater, but I'm going to anyway. So you can see. There it is.
Look at that.
49 t-shirt.
Beautiful.
Look at how amazing that is, you guys.
And now that we have our shirt, it's time to start with the first few flexes here. So first of all, flex on Charizard.
He's so
Got him.
intrigued.
And now, flex on Wooloo.
Your favorite one. I love Lulu. Yeah, with the flexing, you actually have to like spin the stick like fairly fast. And as well, like some of our targets are gonna be in like fairly tight spaces. So it's actually like some of them are actually kind of difficult to like get the spin correct.
Yeah, if you like mess up your spinning, sometimes like you'll just like run back and forth awkwardly. And it's like, I need to actually spin, please.
Has there ever been
So-
like a short flex run that's been lost to just improper flexing?
I'm sure there was.
That's so funny.
I'm pretty sure my PB in Flux on Mom like was a world record pace, and then I messed up the spinning.
A tragedy.
Arcanine is staring into my soul.
Chad is asking if there is a special technique for the stick spinning for optimal flexing.
I would say you want to get like a full good circle, but you want to do it fast also. There we go. Let's get Sonia and Yamper. 2-for-1 combo. There we go. But yeah, if you spin the stick faster, then you'll get into the actual like spinning pose faster. And also like pretty much as soon as you are spinning, you want to let go because you can just like spin. Like you can keep spinning. So obviously if you're spinning for a longer time, then that's more time that you're not flexing. So
Right. Yeah, okay, it only counts as flexing once you like hit the pose.
yeah.
Did the mod team like have to litigate what counts as a legal flex on someone?
I think there was discussion about like where does time end? Like at what point in the pose is the flex complete?
I love speedrunning so much.
All right, flex
thing?
on Nurse Joy.
One thing also, I don't think I've ever seen anyone talk about it, but I think you mentioned it on a stream a couple days ago, is like how far can you be from the target to like count as a flex?
Yeah.
Like,
Because like people will sort of acknowledge you and like look towards you and like smile, but you'll see later that there's a circumstance where if we get too close, we'll start a cutscene. So it's kind of complicated. Alright, this is us skipping the catching tutorial right here. Leon would have taught us how to catch things, but we're professionals.
So true.
You can tell because of the Arcanine shirt.
That's right. Who else would get this?
Yeah.
Does Jake have this Slovit shirt? I can't tell right now.
Yes.
Arcanine versus
It's
Slovit.
It's a Greedent, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
I need to make sure. Okay, so I caught a level 5 Wooloo. So after the hot fight, I'll KO Choodle. I actually do have to pay attention to like my experience because in order to get to the DLC area, I'm gonna have to catch a Galarian Slowpoke. Oh, hello. Hello. I'll go this way, I'll go this way.
Sick dodge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Zigzagoons are a little scary.
Yeah, Zigzagoon is
Yeah.
graphed at like 2% or something, and its movement is incredibly erratic and very hard to
Yeah,
predict.
they're-
So it's
Unpredictable.
He just wanted
I
to
made
hang
a
out.
mistake. I'll go back. I
Yeah.
can do it
On the way
on
back.
the way back.
Yeah, I just have to remember.
There's no rules about when I must flex. I just have to do it. Everything's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, so Greta actually has to like track their experience because you need to catch the Slowpoke to get into the DLC area.
Mm.
And the Slowpoke is level 12. And this game has a very, very cool and fun mechanic that isn't at all super annoying for speedruns, where if the Pokemon you have sent out is under the level of the Pokemon you're trying to catch, your catch rate is just like 20% of what it should be.
It's really bad.
I mean, I get
If
where
you want to do... Go ahead.
they were coming from with it, but like I think it was just like too harsh of a 20% is just so low.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making up a number. I don't know what the number is.
No, I think it is
like the
about
way
that.
I like the way Scarlet Violet does it. Also, sick flex. I love the way Scarlet Violet does it, where it's like the larger the level difference is, like the harder it is to catch or something like that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Sword Shields was so low. That would explain some vague memories from my casual of this game.
But yeah, so I'm gonna be making sure that I get to level 12 so that I'm equally matched against the Slowpoke. So that way, instead of my catch odds being like really bad, they're just like sorta bad.
So true.
So,
Yeah, it goes from like I think it's 9% to 55%, which is it's not great, but it's certainly better.
yeah.
Now, if you want to be really optimal, if you're taking this category like super serious, what you could do is purposely die to the next hot fight and then just do the catch at level 9.
Yeah, because you don't have to win the next fight.
What would the time difference be in exchange for quintupling your number of resets?
It's like 30 seconds, I think, around that. It's not
Well,
great.
yeah, 30 seconds, but you can also skip the candy and you can skip having to get like extra experience as well.
Hmm.
It's actually like a decent amount of time, I think.
Yeah.
But like, have fun
It's so
resetting
bad.
every 30 minutes forever.
Yeah, people call it the heck route, except not heck. So, it's really bad. Also, you just saw I flexed on Professor Magnolia, and then Magnolia's like husband, who is part of the Flex on Granddad's run because that's Sonia's granddad.
Sure.
And then I got the 2-for-1 combo on Hop and Leon both. That's what Flex on
yeah.
Bros is.
The tech.
So we've already knocked out a couple of these categories. We flexed on Charizard, we flexed on Bros, we got half of the Granddads, we've got most of the 4 mums at this point. Haven't done our mum, but
Yeah.
We're on our way. And yeah, in addition to getting to level 12 easier, having a level 5 or more Wooloo allows for some better ranges on, for example, Hop's Rookity that we just killed, as well as the Squobit on, what's his name? The one we... Jake, yeah. He has a much better 2-hit KO range. So yeah, getting a high level Wooloo is like really nice. Hop must tell you that he's using water gun is incredibly important.
Hop has a cutscene for literally like any action you do. Like you could like breathe near Hop, and Hop would have like a 5-second cutscene being like, "Oh my gosh, that's just like the way my brother breathes."
but it is important to let the speedrunner who's been running for what, at least 4 years, probably more, that you've mastered your type matchups.
Oh yeah.
Yes. I'm so glad.
I don't know how you would have remembered without him telling you.
Yeah, at this moment, I am approximately like a minute ahead. This could all change momentarily, but hopefully not.
You do have to go back for that flex. I don't know what flex, but you do have to go
Yes.
back for it.
Yeah, it's on the way back, so I'm not losing time. So that's helpful.
Youngster Jake maybe hasn't even seen 30,000 Poké Dollars in his life. Has to deal with being flexed on.
They didn't flex on the Choodle. Oh, it's not too late for that yet. They could if they want to.
Is that a Choodle in Magnolia's house? Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know, but you could flex on the Choodle and then encounter it. And then
Yeah,
KO
the
it.
static Choodle, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Is that just BM? Is just like flex on a Pokemon that you're about to kill?
Yes.
Like rough.
Extremely VM.
The problem is, like, if every iteration of this, I add like one more new target, then they're all gonna need a different category.
Exactly. You could have so many world records.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, with Flex on Everyone, obviously this isn't literally everyone, but with it being named this, if you add more on, then it can be like, new Flex on Everyone, U Deluxe Plus, or whatever.
Flex on everyone _final_final.
Bracket 1, bracket, and Knuckles.
Alright, I have a couple things I need to remember to do here. So let's not forget. Alright, step 1. I'm back for you. Also, there's a Yamper chasing me. Okay.
Oh my god, stop.
Bonus flex on
I
Yamper.
respected the flex, you know?
I think I technically flexed on the Yamper too.
Yeah, I agree.
You can add it.
Alright, now let's do this to get up to level 11, and then I picked up a rare candy earlier, which will get me to level 12.
Yeah, additionally for this category specifically, like there are other categories that like must use Sobble and go to the DLC and do the same thing with the Slowpoke catch. But because they picked Grookey, we can afford to kill this Choodle instead of catching it, which is like pretty significantly faster. Like Sobble can't really kill the Choodle very quickly. So
Yeah.
another bonus.
Yeah, with Sobble, you have to do like an 80% catch, and I have seen that thing break out like several times in a row,
Yeah.
mostly for iron.
Honestly, something kind of difficult about this run is like remembering what I'm doing, like what run I'm in right now. Like I have to go back. I'm so used to like doing like get Urshifu runs, and I'm like resetting a billion times for EXP candies, and like it's kind of hard when every single category pretty much does this first like half hour of the game. It's hard to remember like where am I? What's happening?
And you like go back and forth between the same places like multiple times in this year too. So it's like hard to remember like, oh, am I at like the first one? Am I at the second one? Am I at the third time I'm here?
Yeah.
Where it all began, Flex on Mom. There we go.
Her expression does not change.
He's just happy to be here.
Gee, with the 29 5x flex on Mom. That
We're gonna get a variety pack of flexes here. A lot of ones in Hop's family tree. We're gonna get here.
Yes.
Got Mom, we got Granddad going up. Get Grandmom.
Oh my gosh, I'm doing the thing. There we go.
There's still so
Incredible.
much more everyone to flex on. Don't lose it now.
Alright, so that was us completing flex on 4 moms and also flex on granddads.
So that's all of the categories except for the Freezington ones, plus Nurse Joy, plus a couple of other Pokemon. Am I incorporating the everyone we're flexing on correctly?
Oh, plus the 2 trainers that we fought on Route 2. Very, very important.
True.
And Sonia as well.
I'm so excited for Flex on Slowpoke. That will be the best.
Oh my god. Slowpoke's actually my favorite one.
Get hyped. It'll be amazing. So yeah, we're finally gonna get access to the wild area here soon, and we're just gonna turn around and go the other way. Yeah, like before this, you kind of just have to do the it's almost like a tutorial section, honestly, through Hop 2.
Mm-hmm.
But the wild area is where things finally start to open up. And we get access to the DLCs, which we're gonna go to. So.
If you think about it, like, I just realized, like, so you have the Arcanine shirt, and then the trainer name is Feth. Arcanine, like, if you like, squint your eyes a little bit, it kind of looks like a Feth. Like, if you agree.
I can see
It's
this.
kind of true. Yeah, something I love about a decent few of the Sword and Shield categories is like you get to this point in the game, you're like, the whole world is open. Goodbye, Hop. We'll see you in Motorstoke. No, we won't. Bye forever, Hop. We're never coming back. It's just so funny. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna like join the gym challenge and like try to become champion. No. I'm good, actually.
I don't think we will, actually.
I'm gonna become the flex champion instead. That sounds way cooler.
Literally just more important. I don't know.
I don't need to be good at Pokemon battling. Have you seen my shirt?
Alrighty, so now we are back in Wedgehurst and the DLC things have appeared. So let's flex on these 2 right now, I guess.
Yeah. And the
So-
next flex, oh my gosh, my favorite flex.
You're hyping it up too much.
It's so good. Okay, so the Slowpoke's gonna spawn right here, and you have to talk to the Slowpoke. Right. But if you want to talk to the Slowpoke in the front, because otherwise it does this like really slow turn toward you. So you actually want to spin in front of it, but it's like really tight to spin in front of it because you can accidentally sit down in the chair. So what Greta's gonna attempt to do is spin in between the chairs, do the pose, and then buffer up to talk to the Slowpoke perfectly. There we go. In between the chairs. And then buffer up.
I'm talking to a man.
There we go. There we go. Beautiful. I love it.
So when you were choosing your everyone, what was the thought process? Was it like, this is a really cool flex, and so it must be, or was it just like, what's on the way?
I think it was mainly like what's like relevant. Like for example, Sonia is like a really important relevant character, so it's like, why wouldn't I flex on Sonia? And same with like Clara, she is the rival for the first DLC area. So like she's like relevant, and the Slowpoke has put many people through many bad times with its bad catch rate. So it needed some payback there. And yeah, a lot of it is like what's on the way, who is relevant, stuff like that. Okay, I really needed to make sure I didn't go to the wrong place. Because this cutscene here on the train is quite long, and today we are not going to the Isle of Armor, so I did not want to select that option and sit through that.
Oh yeah, sorry to make you run a different DLC than you have all of the practice and muscle memory in.
Yeah, actually, for the DLC runs, we actually do come to the Crown Tundra first, because here there are tons of EXP candies we can pick up. So I do have the muscle memory to go to the Crown Tundra first, but it's still scary every single time.
When I started running Don't Get Urshifu with Starmie, that's when it started really taking a toll on my muscle memory, because you don't go to the Crown Tundra for that category. So yeah, so now I'm just irreversibly changed forever after running that.
Alrighty, so this is the Crown Tundra. This place kind of changed Sword and Shield speedrunning forever. Most notably by adding new characters to flex on.
I'm sure
So
that's
true.
the most notable way.
Yeah. So this is the thing I was talking about, where if you get too close to these two, it'll start a cutscene. There is like a backup if you do accidentally start it, but I'm just gonna flex on them from like right here. This is good. They're
Perfect.
looking at me.
That's
This
perfect.
counts.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
had
fact-
I accidentally triggered this, I can say no right here, and that'll back me out. But everything's fine. I'm a professional.
Okay, so Greta is about to do this fight. Pretty simple fight. You just fight 2 Pokemon
So
and then you win.
I want you to pay attention to the level in the corner for what this Cobrash's level is. Take a look.
That's not a very good type matchup. Greta, are you sure you're going to be okay here?
Also, the evolved form is, seems
Oh,
reasonable.
it's level 70. So the fact that you are allowed to lose this fight is what makes the speedrun for this game completely different. Since you can lose and still progress, it's really good. So thanks for letting us lose. Everything here is super high level. But if you do the Dynamax adventure, everything is 100% guaranteed to stay in the Pokeball, and it will obey you. So what you do for the 90% with DLC speedrun is you come here and get a level 65 Pokemon, and then just like sweep the whole game. It's great.
Yeah, the fact that you can lose the fight with Peony, but you can't lose the fight with Clara or Avery in the Isle of Armor when they're like 60 levels lower, that always has just baffled me.
All right, let me not encounter a snob on accident. It would be funny.
I would continue
Flex
the
our
theme
snob.
of important to me little guys on this stream today, but I understand
speaking of-
we're on world record pace, so
Important to me, little guy. Spiel. Hello.
Valid.
Let's flex on you.
Look how happy they are.
Yeah, so we're nearing the end The final flex target will be a Beldum, and once I hit the pose, that will be when time ends. So got Cosmog and this lady here. Let's go and get this guy.
Oh, he turned to you and everything.
Yeah, he was intrigued.
Attentive
Let's get these
to the
ladies.
flex.
And their
Swablu.
Swablu. Let's get this guy. And then in that house over there is our final target, so I will call time for that. A lone Beldum in a house. What a good boy.
Yeah, this whole area.
Alrighty. And time.
Facing the camera and everything on the first go. That's so funny. Thank you so much for running this silly category.
Thank you for having it. I didn't get to mention the fact that Quack and I met at AGDQ, and we were like, oh my gosh, it's so great to meet you, yay, hi. And then she was like, so, do you want to be on Hotfix?
Yes. So
I was like,
the secret story behind this is that I messaged Greta about this category a long time ago, and Greta absolutely thought it was because I was going to run it. And I will one day. That's my promise to you, dear Twitch chat. But I'm so glad and so honored to have been able to witness this showcase. And looking at the time, just barely missed the sub 40, but is a 40:03 world record for Flex on Everyone?
Yes, it is.
Let's absolutely go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You've seen history here.
We did it. We made our own victory. All right, Greta, Headbob, Amber, tell the people where they can find you, what you're up to.
Yeah, so I am just Greta Ice Vixen everywhere that there are people and things. So if you want to go there, coming up here, I'll be streaming a bunch more Sword and Shield because I have a bunch of Sword and Shield stuff going on. I'm in another marathon called Lifeline for Linear, running Get Urshifu in February. And then in March, I have Frost Fatales running this game, racing with Corvame. So lots of Sword and Shield content from me if you want to come see that. I also make perler bead art on my stream sometimes for like prizes. I'm going to make some as Frost Fatales prizes, which will be really fun and cool if you want to see that. And I'm just so happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, this is great. I had a lot of fun. I'm headbob_ on Twitch. I stream there occasionally. And I'll be on Hotfix a week from today with another Twitch Pokemon game, Shining Pearl, 80% glitchless. So watch that if you like that game. I don't know. It'll be fun.
I'll be watching it.
Speaking of Shining Pearl, 80% glitchless, I heard somebody got world record in that category in the GDQ practice room.
Oh my goodness. Who could that be?
The head bob.
Greatest
Watched
gamer
by many.
of all time.
Yeah, I'm new_Amber on Twitch. I honestly barely stream on Twitch, but I am around in a lot of Switch Pokemon speedrunners chats. Since this is Make Your Own Victor, I do actually want to shout out the Cat Expo community.
Yes.
We're a small group of Pokemon runners that every month we pick a new kind of category extension or just weird, silly category that we all run. It's a great community. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. What is this month's, I believe, is Kicked by Koga in Let's Go.
That's a good one.
Yes.
Yeah, that runs an hour and a half.
Yeah,
Pretty
we have
fun.
many silly runs for you to partake in if you wish. So
Amazing. That actually, yeah, Cat Expo you said, that sounds sick. And I had not heard of that before, and I am intrigued. Well, friends, I feel sufficiently flexed on. I don't know about you, but I am going to take just a couple of minutes to recover from the sheer magnitude of this flex while we set up for our next run here at Make Your Own Victory. So please stretch, rest, enjoy the absolute domination we saw just a moment ago. World record flex on everyone, and we will be right back.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the show that seeks to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning with 0% of the completed video games. I am once again joined by the storytelling Shine here to share some more cool stuff from AGDQ 2025 with you. But first, a little bit more about Hotfix. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to check out our Season 4 schedule. Check out the schedule for an in-depth look at this week's runs. We have a very cool platformer showcase coming up tomorrow. So if you're here because you've been watching the AGDQ 2025 replay, stick around for that and then for the entire next week of shows. It's going to be a treat. Also, if you missed out on any of our shows or events, you can check out the VODs on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. One of my favorite things about AGDQ in general, on-site GDQs, is the degree to which people are there to teach other people about their speed games. And this will come back even in this very episode of Make Your Own Victory. But the Hotfix booth that was on site at the event featured a little mini speedrunning gauntlet that GDQ also does for some of their side events, where you can just drop in, learn a little room or two of a game, compete for a good time, and people are always on site to teach other people their speed games, give pointers, and sort of form community on site at these events around speedrunning, like you do. And our next runner is someone who, in her commanding Valhalla Cyberpunk bartender action speedrun at AGDQ, made such a wonderful case for speedrunning what you want to speedrun, regardless of what it looks like or how it might seem or what community you have to develop around it. And that super resonated with me. And then I got so lucky because they also speedrun an incredible Zelda category that does not beat the game. So please give a warm welcome for a variety pack running Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD Harp %.
All right. Hello there, everyone. My name is A Variety Pack, and as I have been so graciously introduced, today we'll be doing the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD, the HD remaster of the original, but only the first 3 dungeons. That is why it is entitled Harp. We get the harp at the end of those 3 dungeons. Now, with this illustrious file name on the screen, I think we can actually just go ahead and get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's begin.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. All right, so unfortunately, this category is not so much a meme as the last one that we watched. This is Harp %, which does mean that we are actually just going to be essentially doing the any % route with a couple exceptions that I'll point out as we go along. Also, please do not expect me to get world record as our previous runner had done. Still, congratulations to her for that as well. Now, first thing to really understand about this category is that movement is everything. Now, if you've watched a speedrun of the original Skyward Sword, you're probably familiar with something called Back in Time. Back in Time is a very, very difficult and interesting set of tricks that allows you to play in the menu screen, activate flags from other places in the world, and essentially completely break the game. Skyward Sword HD technically does have access to Back in Time, but you have no operation to actually access it. So you don't, for example, have the ability to reset your console as you would need to activate Back in Time. Instead, we are required to just play game good. And what this means is that you have to get really good at movement. So you'll see here that I have a sort of lime wheel that is accompanying me at all times. And you're noticing that I'm only letting it refill to essentially the 1/4 mark. This is for a very particular reason. Essentially, the lime will drain at a constant rate for its entirety. The one exception to that is essentially nothing. The thing we're going to be needing to do, however, is when we are letting our stamina Sorry, I am messing up this. I am messing up this commentary a little bit. Essentially, the stamina wheel will not drain at the same rate, with the exception of the final fourth of the stamina wheel. When the final stamina wheel fourth, I believe, will drain at 50% of the speed of the rest of the wheel. And now what this means is that when the wheel recovers, that is the thing that actually recovers at a constant rate. My apologies for the mistake in the commentary before, but that is the case. Essentially, the entire wheel will recover at the same speed, but not drain at the speed. So what this means is that to be perfectly efficient, we are going to be allowing the wheel to drain as much as possible, but only recover that 1/4 because it will allow us to move ever so slightly faster without having to wait for the wheel to regain all of its stamina. Additionally, you'll notice that I have just done a roll to begin my little jaunt to the waterfall cave here. And the reason for that is rolling essentially allows you to get top speed immediately. You don't have to wait for this weird running animation that Link has to do to get to his top speed. Now, a weird combination of those things means that when we are actually trying to get as far as possible, even though rolling has some benefits, some very slight benefits, we're essentially going to be wanting to run for as long as possible unless you know that there's going to be some sort of cutscene or some sort of stamina replenishing stamina fruit along your path. So you'll notice that we just started doing some sword slashes there. One of the most maligned aspects about Skyward Sword when it was released casually is that you were required, with no exceptions, to use motion controls. That is not the case in Skyward Sword HD. Although I am indeed using the motion controls for this particular run, you are not required to. There are button inputs. For the any percent category of this game, I believe it loses just a little bit of time, and for harp percent, it is essentially negligible in terms of how much time you're actually going to be losing. However, I do prefer the motion controls. I just find them a little bit more intuitive, as particularly with doing spin attacks. I have never been a huge fan of doing spin attacks with the button controls. I find it just a little bit strange and a little bit inconsistent, but that's what we call a skill issue. So we're going to be freeing our loft wing here. Before we begin our first real trick of the run, this is going to be fast loft wing tutorial. It is not a skip of the loft wing tutorial, but as Mike Silver has said, we are doing everything that we can to save as little time as possible because we are fans of optimization. So we're going to be flapping our wings all the way up to as high as humanly possible on the skybox here. Mashing through some text, and as we are going to leave that final text box, I will do one final flap. If I did everything correctly, it should overwrite this loft wing controls menu a little bit faster than it would otherwise. I believe that was correct. It can be a little bit difficult to tell. After that, we will follow loft wing controls part 2. And now we are permitted to flap. If we did any flapping during that attempt at the trick, what would have happened is it would have sort of overwritten what we were trying to do and therefore have canceled the trick. So thankfully, I was high enough to where all I needed to do was simply go downwards. Have some text mashing here with Cruz. Speaking of text mashing, one of the most interestingly, devilishly complicated things in Skyward Sword SD any percent is that text mashing is not consistent. You have to be very adept and knowledgeable about how to time nearly each and every text box in the game. Not so on Skyward Sword HD. We are simply allowed to mash the B button and all of the text will be instant. We call this instant text, and it is a fantastic quality of life update. In fact, before Skyward Sword SD really went into bit and reverse bit magic and all of those interesting things that you can do over on that game, if you were to follow a route similar to what we would do here on any percent, I believe the text mashing alone would save copious amounts of time. Definitely over half an hour, I think.
Half an hour?
I'm pretty sure something like that. If there are Zelda runners in the chat, feel free to correct me, but I'm fairly certain that it saves a copious amount of time. All right, as we do the wing ceremony here, we're going to do a couple flaps and charge our way all the way to this golden left wing that is holding the prize that we are seeking. It is going left, which is the direction that we don't necessarily like to see, but it's totally fine. Thankfully, on the second half of the wing ceremony, it will always go to the right, so we can plan a little bit for that this time. Perhaps somewhat counterintuitively, when you're trying to go as fast as possible on the left wing, you want to wait for all of your charges to replenish and then simply use all of them immediately. You're not going to wait for any speed boost or anything like that. You're just going to essentially waste them all. Seems a little bit strange because you would think that there's a little bit of speed that we need to make use of before we use it again, but nope. We just mash the charge button and everything works out properly. Well, I hope towards the door, ideally. And now we will be on our little fee escort quest here. This is where we meet the spirit of the goddess, the spirit of the goddess sword. And this is where we can really optimize movement. So I did 8 rolls, followed by a little bit of stamina replenishing with that standard speed, and then 2 additional rolls to get me directly to the door. After that, I will do 1 roll to, again, maximize my speed, and simply start running until we have just enough stamina to roll into that stamina fruit, which replenishes everything. So we don't have to wait for all of our stamina to replenish first. Again, small optimizations, but when you're running a category with really not too many glitches, movement becomes a massive priority. And quite honestly, that's why I'm not, I would not consider myself particularly adept at this speedrun compared to others, just because optimizing movement takes a ton of practice. And it's one of those things that you really don't think of as being super important when you're just learning a speedrun. You think of all the tricks and you think of all the glitches and you think of all the very flashy things that are typically associated with speedruns. But practicing your minute movements, running, things as benign and perhaps banal as running along a grass field, that can be equally, if not more difficult than actually executing a glitch. So you'll see that I ended that climbing segment there with just a little bit of stamina left, because I knew before I was going to climb the vines that all I needed was about a little over 1/3 of the lime remaining. Going to be entering the goddess statue here and collecting the goddess sword. By doing a couple rolls. We will be required to sort of activate the Skyward strike, at least position, by raising our Joy-Con up and allowing the beam to charge. This will give us a number of different things that we can do once we have the Skyward Strike charge, most notably doing a Skyward Strike, which we're going to do in just a couple seconds on this small emblem here. And we're going to be running forwards while we do it, because we know that charging the Skyward Strike is going to take a little bit of time. So we can sort of optimize things by having our Skyward Strike not have to travel as far by running closer to the actual emblem. That can't save very much time, I imagine, but we are speedrunning, and we would like to optimize things as much as possible.
I'd like to say you're being very, very, I'm trying to think of a nicer way to say self-deprecating. Chat, this is a top 10 runner of this category saying that they're like only so-so at the category. Come on now.
It is worth noting that that is true. However, I believe the world record holder of this particular category is somewhere around 9 to 10 minutes faster than my time. So, again, I think that I will be doing this obviously to the best of my ability, but this is what I really mean about movement. Being really confident with all your movements and knowing exactly the path and stamina management that you must take really does add up. Very, very small time saves add up over time.
The ceiling of speedrunning is always so far beyond what anyone thinks it is. Even over games that have already seen a lot of development, there's always more that runners are very dedicated and will squeeze out those extra minutes and even seconds.
Oh yeah, I think Mario 1 speedrun just had a couple more frames eliminated from its any percent time, isn't that right?
I think I saw it. I haven't actually seen the run in question, but yeah, it's like, what, we're like 12 frames off of literal perfection now in that
Yeah,
game?
that's insane. I think all Zelda runners sort of strive for that to happen, but because we're in a 3D environment, and especially using motion controls, it can be a little bit more difficult, I suppose, to get such a perfect time, but we'll do our absolute best. When you're flying towards any of these pillars, we want to make sure that we're accessing them as low as possible so that we don't have to wait for Link to do his diving animation for a prolonged period of time. And this will be our first of 3 areas that we will see in this game. This is Farron. A lot of preamble to do before we actually get to the dungeon. First of which involve a little bit of optimization here. By doing a jump strike past that first one, we can just run past that second Deku Baba, and then doing a side jump avoids the final Deku Baba on our way. This prevents us from having to wait for the Deku Babas to attack and then running around them. Now, optimally, you will pull the sailcloth essentially pixels away from the actual landing of your jump. But that's very dangerous because if you don't, then you will lose 2 hearts. And we do need some help for this run. So I'm going to be a little bit safer, at least for this particular showcase, by activating my sailcloth just a little bit above the ground. In a manner very similar to what we did with the emblem on the way back in the goddess statue, we will be activating a Skyward strike onto this emblem that we're never going to see again. It's for the imprisoned, which we just avoid skirting having to see because Harp ends just before you actually fight the imprisoned for the first time. Additionally, you'll see that I pulled out my sword just before I entered that cutscene that introduced me to this little spike in the ground. Again, very small optimization, but it does save a little bit of time from having to pull your sword out before you begin to charge your Skyward strike. We'll be doing jump slashes into these gusts of wind for a couple of reasons. This might be just placebo, but I, for some reason, think that if you just roll into them, sometimes the gusts of wind just stop activating for some reason. I think that just might be a problem with my own perceptions of the game.
It's important to have run superstitions. I've never met a runner who is completely run superstition free. You gotta take what you can get.
Yeah. More importantly, however, it lets you start you entering the gust of wind a little bit higher, just a little bit higher. You're not starting from the ground, you're starting from a jumped position. We will pick up the revitalizing potion on the right-hand side. That has no functional use in Harp. It's required at any percent. But for us, it lets us just be a little bit safer just in case we actually decide that we need to heal up, which is entirely possible because we are playing on hero mode. Now that has a couple of implications that I will discuss in just a second, actually. But for now, what you need to know is that it deals double damage to us. So we want to make sure that we are healthy enough to do the tricks, but not healthy enough so that we can take advantage of them to the fullest extent. Now, one of the other things about Master Mode, Hero Mode, it's Hero Mode, it's Master Mode in Breath of the Wild. On Hero Mode, is that it allows you to have a fully powered Skyward strike from the outset. Normally in the game, you have to sort of work your way up to this level of Skyward strike. But with our abilities, we can turn around and absolutely demolish our, ideally all of them, but at least some of the bokoblins here by turning around and running back and doing a Skyward strike. Again, ideally I would have hit all 5 of them, but hitting only 4 is, I guess, fine enough for this showcase. We'll be using that a couple more times. Not only is it more powerful, it's also longer, I believe. So we'll be using that for a trick called Cube Warp coming up here in a few minutes. I also picked up 1 rupee. That was not a mistake, nor was it just to, I guess, do a little bit of money flexing. As you saw, there is a text box associated with picking up any rupee here. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do, but that's fine. Normally you would do a trick there to avoid having to push it all the way in and avoid that cutscene, but it's totally fine. Anyway, picking up the rupee means that when we're going to be doing a trick later that requires us to not pick up rupees, if we do pick up a rupee, it's not going to be a problem because it won't be interrupted by that rupee text box. All right, so hopefully we'll be able to do this Skyward fight a little bit better than last time. Turn around. There we go. Both of them are taken out by the beam. We will be doing 2 more of those throughout this particular run, if I remember correctly. This is Machi. They belong to a race known as the Kikwi. And there are several of them that we're going to have to find. This is the first one who was a little bit afraid of us, so we're going to have to go chase him down a little bit.
Kikwi being, of course, our mandated little guy for this episode of Make Your Own Victory.
There always has to be a little guy. Now, you'll notice there that I did a bunch of rolls there, even though I said that running is technically going to be more optimal. And the reason that I knew that is because I knew that there was going to be a cutscene at the end of all of those rolls. So there was no reason to have to stick to the run when I knew that the ending of that running segment would have been close enough to where I didn't actually have to worry about my stamina. Additionally, I just did a bonk into that side wall. For whatever reason, you are allowed to roll into that side of the cliff, knocking down the rope that we're going to be using a little bit later instead of having to go all the way around. Generally speaking, when you're selecting options in this game, you want to select the right option. I believe most of the time it is faster. I think that might be one of the only exceptions where it might be left. It's especially hard to tell on Skyward Sword HD just because the text is so fast. You get that instant text that I was talking about before.
I was going to say, I also noticed you're running in English, which I assume is just because instant text, there's no language swap that meaningfully speeds the game up.
That is correct. Yes, Zelda runs are very frequent. Zelda runs are frequently done in another language, but that is not required in this particular run just because that instant text is such a boon for the speedrunning community.
Love good instant text.
When walking across these tight ropes, I'm going to be waggling my Joy-Con back and forth because it sort of averages out to be directly in the center. And here is our final Skyward Strike fight of Farron. Run past all of them. Pull out the sword. And very, very good.
Nice.
If there is a blue rupee, I'm going to want to pick that up. For the same reason as before. We're going to be doing a couple tricks, or a trick later on that requires a couple of Skyward Strikes. And it's very easy to pick up rupees, blue and green. So I made sure to pick up a blue and green here so that if I do pick it up, it's not going to interrupt the trick. Thereby wasting a little bit more time. This is Lopsa. That is my favorite Kikwi. An unpopular opinion, from what I understand, then I contend it to be a good one.
Why are they your favorite?
I don't know. They just look the cutest.
Sold.
Sold. Alright, here's that trick that I was just referring to. Make sure that our stamina is around the halfway mark. Dash our way up these vines, and we'll be doing a couple of very precise and particular Skyward Strikes here to cut this grass in a very particular fashion. Do a spin attack here, and then do a Skyward spin attack. Good. This allows this particular Kikwi, which is Erla, to not crawl around. The way that you're casually going to be interacting with that Kikwi is by cutting the grass, and they are going to sort of walk around a little bit and crawl around and try to avoid you in further grass. But by cutting enough of the grass with those particular Skyward Strikes, we are allowed to skip that animation.
I do love chat immediately chiming in with 4 different Kikwi names for best Kikwi.
I do like Firework Spinner's answer that Erla has the fewest text boxes, so they are the fastest. That is very valid. Alright, we will now talk to Bucha here, who is the Kikwi Elder. he's not the elder. He's just, I'm actually not sure what his role is. Is he the elder? No. I don't quite remember. When you speedrun a game enough times, you sort of forget the lore sometimes, and I definitely fall into that camp. More importantly than anything else, though, he will collapse himself onto the ground and reveal to us the slingshot. We will be collecting the slingshot in a slightly interesting way. We'll be running up his back and then doing an immediate side hop so that we collect the slingshot without having to wait for additional time, getting off of his back and then entering this particular text box. So by being on the ground before we can actually start that dialogue, all the better for us. Now, famed Wind Waker speedrunner Mini352 and I, just yesterday, were working on a new category of this game just for fun called Bug Catcher Percent or something to that effect, where you collect all of the bugs. And so once you get the slingshots, our route requires us to use our amiibo figure and go immediately back up to Skyloft and get the bug net so that we may actually begin the bug catching quest. We are not doing bug catching percent today, although it is actually shaping up to be fairly similar to Harp, just with a couple of extra additions.
I'm so great. We'll have to have you back sometime. Bug catcher sounds exquisite.
All right, coming up is a very it's a cheerleader trick called Cube Warp. We're going to be making use of the Skyward Strike, please. We're going to be making use of the fact, this is not fantastic. This is the one sort of downside about playing with motion controls. Sometimes they just don't work as you would like them to. There we go. And we just jumped off the cliff there. Awesome. I was a little bit concerned because the Deku Hornets might knock me off, but I didn't have to be as concerned about that as I thought. Anyway, we're going to be using the length of the Skyward Strike to activate a goddess cube that you can see right up there on that ledge. This is one that you're not actually supposed to be getting currently, but it will sort of warp us up there because it wants to activate this cutscene with the Goron that's right next to it. Very good. So by luring that bokoblin towards us and then positioning ourselves at just the right angle, we can launch a Skyward Strike sort of upwards, thereby activating the goddess cube and launching us up to that without having to do this very lengthy running section around the deep Faron Woods. And now we enter the first of 3 temples, or dungeons, of this game. This is Skyview Temple. Lots of things will happen in quick succession. I will do my very best to keep up with the commentary. You can roll through these webs without getting stuck in them by rolling just the edge as close to the web as possible. And then we're going to want to stand a little bit back here behind this glowy tree here so that we can activate that slingshot switch without sort of aggravating the Deku Baba that just came out there. If you stand a little bit too close, the Deku Baba will get in your way. Now, as we do this very obtuse puzzle, we will be sort of circling our sword a little bit around to make the eye dizzy. We'll be doing that 2 more times here at this dungeon as well. And now this room has a puzzle where you need to hit one switch that is low and one switch that is high on the left side of the dungeon. So we'll be hitting this low switch here, letting the water rise just a little bit. And then we'll be doing another trick to make our way to the higher version of the switch. This is going to be Spider Roll. We're going to be using the same sort of, I guess, identity, the same sort of ideas that we did in the, unfortunate, as we did in the beginning of the dungeon, to hopefully roll past this spider at the right angle, right through the web. That's not working properly, so it's a good thing that we got this potion here. So we can heal up and try one more time. Maybe it's just the intro angle. That's not fantastic.
Oh no, spider trolling a little bit?
Spider is trolling a little bit. Let me reset the room and see if that will actually encourage me to do it properly. Now, in an ideal world, this will be done first try. And I'm just prideful enough to where I do want to try it one more time. Okay, good.
First try, every try.
Yeah, so I'm out of potions, so if I had failed that, I would have indeed had to sort of start from the beginning of the dungeon. But like I said, I'm just prideful enough to where I consider that a worthy sacrifice in time.
And
I
you
believe
nailed
I
it.
have my estimate set to 140, right?
Yes.
Oh, I have plenty of time. If that includes a couple deaths, so be it. Yeah, spider roll is very intimidating. You do take damage every single time that you do fail it, but it's a little bit counterintuitive as well, because you essentially want to be as confident as possible. You want to roll into the spider, as close to the spider as possible. So it looks a little bit strange, and when you tell someone to do that, they're like, oh no, I'm gonna take damage. And that's exactly what I did. I was a little bit too unconfident and therefore messed up the trick a total of 5 times. But it's okay.
I hate speedrun tricks like that are just like, well, if you show absolutely no fear in the middle of a speedrun, it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's precisely right. All right, roll to access this door. And then we'll have yet another spider here. Hit it once to sort of get it start spinning around, and then stab it in its fleshy stomach side. I can't think of the word for that for some reason. This will get us access to a small key. It'll be using to progress into the sort of dungeon's main room. A couple of interesting rules there to avoid having to fall into the water. And then we'll pick up a couple of replenishing slingshot shots. This one on the left I always get, unless it's not there. That's a little bit concerning, but I should be okay. I'll check the one on the right just in case it's not there either. All right, so I'm gonna have to be pretty careful with my slingshot shots. That's what I'm gonna have to keep in mind.
What's the level of unfortunate for that RNG?
It's pretty uncommon. I'm not exactly sure like a specific percentage, but it's pretty uncommon for that to happen. And then we'll have our first and only stealthiest fight for this particular run. Okay, that's a little bit off. Okay. There you go.
Nice.
Ideally, you wait for a little bit more stamina so that you can do one spin attack and then finish it off with yet another slash spin. I was just a little bit off, and I did the 4-cycle version of the fight instead of the 3-cycle. But that's totally fine. And now we have acquired the beetle, which is essentially just a drone. We can then just fly it up to wherever we like. And in this case, we're going to be using it to hit the switch outside of this room so that we can unlock ourselves. Flying the beetle does have its own speedrun adjacent knowledge that is required. When the beetle is flying at a perfectly horizontal direction, it will move faster than when it is moving in any other direction. So ideally, what you want to do is move your beetle up as much as you need it to be, and then fly it horizontally for the remainder of the time that you need it. And this is where my lack of slingshots bullets is gonna come into play here after this room. So hopefully I can take a little bit more time to aim. All right, this spider here is essentially going to be spawn camped. Sorry, he had no chance.
Wow.
Just flip him off into his back and then just do a finishing blow to end him off fairly quickly. Use the beetle to knock down this block, and then we'll first push it down, and then we will drag it forward 8 times, and then we will drag it to the right an additional 7 times. This is required because we need to do that eye dizzying maneuver one more time, and we need to be high enough so that we can actually activate all 3 of them simultaneously. We will get yet another small key in there. And then, yeah, I'm running a little bit low on slingshot pellets, so I'm gonna maybe try those once, or maybe twice, to get those shots. Nice, good.
Easy every time.
For some reason, getting to the right position is not a consistent thing for me, so I'm glad that I took a little bit of extra time to make sure that that shot was lined up. Ideally, you're supposed to use, or not ideally, but casually, I believe you're supposed to use the beetle there. Definitely requires no slingshot pellets and is most certainly safer, albeit certainly slower at the same time. Right, we're gonna run past this guy and sort of go into a light jog so that we can get just enough stamina to cross this bridge here, this rope bridge here, without ever actually having to worry about these Dekubabas that are trying to attack me right now.
I remember that jump scaring me so bad during the casual playthrough because I'm allergic to looking up in video games and just, oh boy.
Yeah, thankfully there's not too much consequence for failing that, but it's definitely something that we would like to avoid. That Stalger there can be taken out by doing a shield bash and then doing a spin attack that takes away all 3 of its heads at the same time. Coming up is Spider Jump. This is a trick that is mandatory on the SD version, but not so on the HD version. Very good. Essentially, we're going to be knocking it to the side with a Skyward strike and then jumping past it as it is swinging. If you do not do a horizontal strike properly, then you unfortunately have to just knock it down with the beetle because it will be going too far vertically forward as well. Send him to his doom by jostling the rope. Yeah. And then we'll be coming to perhaps my least, maybe second least favorite thing in this run, which are the ropes. Any good Zelda speedrunner is aware of the very interesting rope physics that are applied to all of the Zelda games. Wind Waker in particular is very well known for dubiously behaving ropes, and Skyward Sword unfortunately decided to inherit that trait. They're just a little bit hard to do exactly what you want. This is a little bit scary, so I will be a little bit safe and slide myself down just a little bit. That probably would have been fine, but I'm not in the mood to lose 2 minutes to ropes. I will be fine losing 2 minutes to dying, but not losing 2 minutes to ropes. That doesn't sound as fun.
That's some seasoned runner tier listing there. Like, yeah, if I'm gonna lose time, at least make it for a reason.
Yeah, I know, right? All right. Everyone throw in your H's in the chat, and we will be facing our first boss, which is Girahim. Now, when I last did this run on Hotfix, which was for the Oops All Zelda Marathon, I did this run blindfolded, but I'm a little bit low on time because of my spider roll and the cube warp issues. So I think we're just going to do it the normal way here, which is another good showcase as well. Girahim's whole gimmick for the first phase is that he's going to follow your sword. So we're going to want him to be in a place that's not where our sword is, and then attack him from that direction. You'll notice that I'm also not targeting him, which is sort of the fastest and most optimal way to do that first phase with spins and stabs, just because your motion controls can get a little bit iffy if you are targeting onto him. Right. Ideally, we stay as close to Girahim as we can here. Yeah. All right, well, we get to do it again. But ideally, we do stay as close to Girahim as we can, just because it sort of incites him to do the attacks that we want him to do. If we don't, and we stand a little bit far away from him, what can happen is that he will start sending lasers or darts at us, and those attacks have no windows where you can hurt Girahim. So we want to make sure that we avoid those at all costs, and only incite attacks that permit us to attack him first. Those include the dash attack and the teleportation attack, as well as any attack that involves him holding a sword in a particular direction, which I managed to somehow screw up. I knew that 2 hearts was gonna bite me later, sooner or later.
It all comes back to being the spider's fault, and I think that's an okay way to be. I will gladly blame spiders.
Not a spider fan.
Not a spider fan.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's giving us a lot more darts this time. And so I wish I could have taken advantage of his goodwill beforehand, but I'll settle for this. He does like to jump back as well, but whenever he does do a jump back, it's accompanied by this dash attack, so I'm not going to be too unpleased to see it. There we go. All right. Not the best performance of Dirham of all time, but it will do for the purposes of this showcase. Now you'll notice that once I did hit him, the optimal way to do damage is to do 1 slash and then 1 spin attack. That just sort of optimizes the damage as much as possible, particularly out of attacks where he is stunned for a little bit longer. Now, because I died, in fact, I was actually just setting this up. You can thank me later. I do not have to get this heart container. If you do take damage, you must get that heart container to set up some of the tricks that come later. But because we have 6 hearts, we are at the optimal amount of health to do all of the tricks that will be coming up in the Elden region.
So if you think about it, chat, it's actually a strat.
Yeah, it's a backup strat. Much like we did before, we're going to be charging our Skyward Strike as we run up to the pedestal so that we can sort of lower the amount of time that is required to actually activate it. And that's the end of the first region here. We'll be met with Machi one more time, who's going to inform us about something. I actually don't remember. Did you find the girl? What do you mean? I'm so glad with any luck. Okay, he's just... Okay.
Nothing important.
Yeah.
Zelda's doing Zelda things. It's probably fine.
Would I still take the heart as a safety? It is entirely possible that you take the heart as safety, yes. And perhaps because of the way that this run has been going, I should have taken the heart for safety. But, you know, like I said, I'm too prideful for that. We'll exercise a little bit of risk here.
All I remember is a first try spider roll.
Yes. Without a doubt. Once again, we will be flapping up a little bit to avoid being in the range of the Skyloft areas, and then using up all of our charges on the Loftwing as soon as possible. Now, something that I should have done beforehand that I did not is actually entering first-person mode just before I'm about to enter any sort of door or area like that. What that allows us to do is begin the next sort of area that you're in from a standing position, which means that you are allowed to roll and move forward. If you were to run in or dash in, what would happen is that you would be forced to watch like a very slight, less than a second cutscene of Link entering with that same animation. But by entering from a standing position, you avoid that. So again, it's very small time saves, but we'll absolutely take it. Okay, we'll be doing the same thing as we leave, or at least I should have. I was just a little bit too late. And then we'll be going to the Elden region. We'll be making use of this. I forget what the Zelda community calls these. Launchers? I don't exactly know, but we're going to be making use of it so that we don't have to wait for all of our Loftwing charges to regain, and we can just make use of that speed and get there pretty fast. So this is the fire region. You'll notice that I took off the shield, because if any fire attack hits us without actually doing a shield bash, it will result in our shield being burned. And we do like having our shield, especially for some of the encounters that are coming up. Zippers, that's right, H. All right, these are the Mogmas. We'll be seeing a few of them on our way. Running past these 2 fire tubes.
I do like Mumies as a name.
Running to this bomb, throwing that bomb, and instead of waiting around for that bomb to explode, we will just hit it with a slingshot bullet. Afterwards, we will be careful with our stamina, but rolling into that stamina fruit at the last minute, before we activate this very strange interaction here, we're going to shoot that cute seal in the face so that it circumvents him running into the alcove there as a cutscene and just allows us to do it in real time. What this allows us to do is run past him without having to use the bombs on the ground beforehand. We'll also be running across this bridge just as we roll that bomb into the explodable wall, thus draining the lava, because it prevents us from having to run all the way across the bridge. We're already halfway across. One jump slash into the wind tunnel as we did before, and then we'll do a jump slash down here. If we were to just sort of jump off, we would have to enter a diving animation, which is significantly slower than just falling with, you know, the force of gravity. So we'll make use of that. And then we have our final Skyward Strike fight here. Activate all of the bokoblins, including this one up here. Wait for him to do his little charging animation. Rolling off, charging with the Skyward Strike, turning around, and hopefully, unfortunate, getting at least most of them.
The one straggler being prickly today.
It is. I think that was the one that was actually, I got a little bit too close to one of the goblins. So what it did is it actually charged an attack, which means that I don't think it moved with the group. That's just a guess. And I think that's what happened. We want them all to be obviously together so that they all die together. For whatever reason, dropping a bomb in front of that seal creature in that alcove does not hurt us. It just doesn't. I don't think anyone really knows the reason for that, but we'll make use of it. There's no reason not to. All right, I'm going to focus really hard for this very important trick here. Ah, that's unfortunate. So if you enter that cutscene at just the right angle with the roll, you can activate what's called circles, where Link just runs around in a circle for a little bit. It has absolutely no bearing on anything. I was lying to you, but it is really funny.
I can't believe you would lie like this. No, I love, there's in Death's Door, which is an indie game I love, there's a state you can set up where like you over caffeinate the protagonist. He's just running in circles in all the cutscenes. It's amazing.
Nice.
It's nice to know that exists in Zelda too.
All right, we're gonna be doing something called stutter sprinting here. Good. So that we can get up just far enough on this slope here without falling back down and without activating the secondary animation of that roller there. Rollers have a couple of things they can do, one of which is rolling a ball towards you, second of which is pulling out its sword again and knocking you back down. So by doing that stutter sprinting, we are allowed to sort of get just close enough to where he doesn't activate the knocking you down animation and can just, thankfully, keep rolling those boulders down. Funny you mentioned Death's Door. I was actually thinking about learning that one.
I recommend it. We love to see cross-promotion. I'll learn a Zelda game if you learn Death's Door.
Oh yeah? Which Zelda game, from your experience, your vast experience of watching Zelda runs, would you say is the most interesting to you?
Extremely Zelda adjacent, but have still not managed to actually run a game. I don't know. I kind of want to get in on the wagon for Echoes while it's fresh. But I don't know. I am just generally a Zelda super fan. I don't think, other than just I have very limited experience with Majora's Mask. No hate. I know chat's starting best Zelda game discourse right now, and I'm opting out. But I don't know a lot about Majora's Mask. But other than that, I don't think there's a Zelda game since Ocarina that I wouldn't run.
Ah, okay. That gives you a lot of options.
Yeah, there's a lot of Zelda games, it turns out. They keep making them, and they keep being good.
Yeah, a good friend of mine, Glovers, who did the Echoes of Wisdom run for AGDQ, actually. And I've been having a really hard time blowing up this wall for some reason with this bomb. So I'll actually sit here and parent it to make sure that it does it. Okay, good. Anyway, Glovers, who did the AGDQ run for Echoes of Wisdom, has just begun the process of adding a lot of community resources for people wanting to learn the run. So be on the lookout for that. That's going to be super exciting.
We love good resources. It's my favorite thing in the world.
All right, currently our quest requires us to get 5 different key shards to open the lock to the Earth Temple. We have collected 2 of them so far, and we'll be collecting a 3rd one here from that bomb wall that we blew up. That I was a little bit slow in blowing up. I used to never have a problem with throwing that just from behind me, but I guess that's something I'm just gonna have to sit down and practice. When you say things out loud like that, I have to practice throwing a ball at a wall. It sounds a little bit insane, but it is true. That's very unfortunate. I was just, unfortunately, close enough to the wall to where I wasn't able to latch onto the ledge like that. Anyway, we're going to be doing a trick here called Elden Out of Bounds. By luring this specific bokoblin and holding onto it with our targeting button, we will lure it up the stairs, and hopefully it will hit us up the cliff face so that we may skip some running segments. It's having a little bit of a problem following me. There we go. Very nice.
Nice.
This allows us to be slightly out of bounds. Thankfully, out of bounds still has collision. And we'll just turn around and hop off like this.
How much of the area does that skip?
It saves about 30 seconds.
Nice.
Optimally, but what with this being a motion-controlled 3D environment game, it's probably on average saves maybe 35 to 40. Make sure we don't fall off by using our sailcloth at very opportune times. And then we will pick our 4th key shard here. Jumping off before we get our final one. Now, we have taken like I said, the optimal amount of damage here. And you'll see exactly what I mean by that as we make our way back up to the Earth Temple, which sounds like it would take a while, but we finagled things behind the scenes to make it work in our favor. So we'll throw a bomb behind us to blow up the wall as we did before. And then we will do some bomb bowling. Roll this bomb into that rock face that you see over there. We'll roll along with it, and then we will do a jump slash to blow it up, ourselves included. That takes away 2 of our hearts. Pick up the final key shard, and now instead of trekking all the way back up to the top of the temple, or the mountain rather, we will just simply burn our heinies for a little bit, causing a game over. But because we activated one of the bird statues at the top of the segment, we do not actually have to run all the way back up. The game will remember that we got all 5 key shards, and we can simply enter Earth Temple without any grand labor. All right, let's begin. Skip the cutscene, and then we'll immediately turn around. This game has a very interesting property where if something is not on screen, it doesn't really like to move or exist. And we're going to be using that to our advantage for these blocks here. By having turned around, we made it so that we could actually make that cycle without having to worry about having to wait. Unfortunate. What I'm trying to set up there is a very interesting situation where I send a Skyward Strike to slash the rope, but waiting just long enough to where I roll afterwards and sort of put myself over the lava as it breaks. Let's see if I can get it here. Again, another bonk. What this does is it says the game sort of thinks that you're over a death plane, and therefore it doesn't actually play either of these cutscenes that we watched. But that's a little bit tricky, hard to get that particular lineup correctly. Anyway, activate our Skyward Strike, avoid that attack from the Lizalfos, and send that Skyward Strike into that bomb. This will blow up the statue there. releasing everyone's favorite thing in this game, the Ball of Earth Temple, which is absolutely horrible and makes this dungeon perhaps the least fun in the game, or at least in my opinion. All right, make sure we take out this bat so that doesn't hurt us on our way down.
Zelda Runner's not generally a fan of the circus.
Yeah. All right, we'll be grabbing the bomb and throwing it, hopefully at just the right place where it rolls through. Good. Ideally, I would have rolled along through with it, but I'm already just on the edge of the hole anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Switch our item to the slingshot before we enter this room with the two Lizalfos. And we're going to be doing a small cutscene skip here where I send one of my pellets into Lizalfos. Oh, I missed. Wow, that's very unfortunate. Ideally, this cutscene would not play if I had hit one of them. They would just get me a little bit too confused, and they wouldn't walk up to me in this cutscene, but that's okay. Okay.
Excuse me? What was that dodge by the second Lizalfos? It looked like your sword just phased through it.
I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Ideally, yeah, that would have happened, but I guess it doesn't waste too much time. But of course, this is a speedrun. We want to save as much time as humanly possible. All right, once we get that bomb bang, which is what the magma was looking for, we can leave and begin our journey through the Earth Temple. He's going to give us 5 bombs. And so what this segment essentially consists of is us throwing some bombs into some walls to break them, even though they're hidden entrances, so that we may continue our path through the Earth Temple. We will need 4 bombs total, 2 for each wall. Thankfully, he gives us 5, otherwise we would have to search for some other ones, but here's our first breakable wall. And then we'll have a second one coming up just on the left there. Now, it's going to look very dangerous. I'm going to do my best to not actually destroy any of these spume creatures that you see here. Reason being is that if you get close enough to them, and also these fire keys, if you get close enough to them and you're moving fast enough away from the keys, they will not attack you. So, again, it's very safe to take them out, but you don't have to. So it's a weird roulette, I suppose, a risk-taking endeavor. I will take that one.
Sightseeing expedition.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take out that spume there just because we're just far enough away where he will still launch an attack before we actually get there. All right, sending a second beetle all the way around this little tunnel here. Again, we're going to want to keep our beetle as horizontal as possible. The only exception being to raise it just up a little bit. You'll see how much faster that beetle is moving when it's perfectly flat. All right, we did thankfully get the cycle, so we can just waltz past this fire spewer without having to wait for it. That's one of those cycles that you don't really try to avoid, you just sort of get it or you don't. Ideally you don't, but there are so many other things you have to worry about that that's probably the lowest priority. All right, we are going to exercise a little bit of safety here. If I had fallen off this ball literally any time during the segment, I would have had to start from the very beginning of the dungeon because I had not touched solid ground. I just touched solid ground, so we are safe from having to do that. Wait for him to do all his attacks and then take him out. We're going to be doing something called peg skip here now. Hopefully, if I time this exactly right. This is unfortunate. Let's try it again. We can push this in and at the same time. Yikes. Good thing I was a little bit safe there. All right, so unfortunately, what we should have done is essentially landed all the way up on that top platform with that peg skip, but unfortunately we were just a little bit off, so we did not quite get it. There are two ways that you can do it. You can sort of free aim it, and you can do the safe method, which is to target on so that your angle does not change. I am really bad at the target version of it, even though it is technically safer, so I'm not... You'll have to forgive me. I did the safe strat and still messed it up.
Sometimes safe strats are a lie.
Yeah, I should practice it the safe way, but I shouldn't need to practice it the safe way. It's the safe way. All right. We're going to be doing the intended strats for this, where we just run up to this little alcove here before running up to the top. For the second one, however, we're going to be doing some speedrun shenanigans. We're going to wait for our stamina bar to get 1/4 of the way, then run up just enough so that both of these sets of boulders will roll towards us. Once we do that, we will do that same stutter sprinting animation that we did all the way back at the beginning of Elden, so that we can get up to the top of this slope without having to do all of the bomb throwing and other shenanigans that the game would like us to actually engage with. We will be picking up the boss key here, doing a lot of rolls because there are stamina fruits on the line. And then rolling downwards, this time also avoiding a gigantic boulder that is going to be chasing us.
We heard you liked Indiana Jones, so we put it in your Zelda game.
Yeah, it's a good reference, or at least it's a very recognizable one. All right, I'm going to do something a little bit strange here. I'm going to die on purpose. That is not a speed. This is slow, just to be very clear. This is not intended in the sense that it makes the speed run faster. I'm doing this so that I can start this fight with 6 hearts, because I would like to show something off if I can. It's a very, very difficult way to do this boss fight, but if I can do it, that would sort of make up for some of my other shortcomings throughout this run.
All right, chat, give Variety your energy.
So essentially, Scaldera, the boss here, requires a couple of things to be taken out. You need to throw a bomb to initially blow it up, do the common Zelda thing, which is to throw a bomb while it's sucking in air, and then hit the weak point. What we're going to try to do is effectively 3-cycle the boss instead of having to 4-cycle the boss. Adding a cycle to your boss fight is very, very costly because Scaldera runs up the arena and then runs back down the arena. It's really, really annoying. So by skipping one of those phases, we can hopefully save a good chunk of time. But not before we pick up a lot of bombs here. All right, so as opposed to traditional commentary, I'm going to just sort of play-by-play this fight because it can be a little bit awkward to do both at the same time. Roll into the cutscene with Girham, and then we'll see if we can do this. Very, very particular inputs that you need to do on this fight for Scaldera. All right, here we go. Run backwards, just enough until he loses his invulnerability. Throw one bomb. Throw another bomb. Charge your Skyward Strike. That's unfortunate. Yeah, okay. Already messed it up. I was just a little bit too close to the boss, unfortunately. This rendered it so that I was unable to get the Skyward Strike and then the slash like I was actually intended to. But we won't be dying. Fear not. This isn't going to kill us. It's just going to make things a little bit slower than they might otherwise be. So ideally, you would have done a Skyward Strike, then a slash, then a bomb, and then a Skyward Strike, slash, bomb. Like, there are all these like weird little codes and processes that you need to memorize as a speedrunner, but you get used to them because ideally you practice these a lot, but even this trick in particular is very hard after practice. Yeah, okay, it's gonna be a 4 cycle. No big deal. I'm noticing a question there. So yes, harp percent is essentially get the harp in the game. It is essentially a smaller version of the any percent round. We will be completing the first 3 dungeons of the game, not the 4th, not the 5th, not the 6th, and not the Song of the Hero quest. So we'll just be doing the first 3 dungeons of the game, collecting the harp at the end, after which we will call time. So yeah, that was not exactly what I wanted to show off, but we did survive and we did complete it in 4 cycles, which is standard, I guess. I know there's a runner named Your Average Link. Is it Your Average Link or is it Jasnix? One of them. I know that the split title for their Scaldera fight is Expected Time Loss. Just because it's just a really, really difficult fight on SD and HD. On SD, it's a little bit stranger because you don't actually have access to the bomb bag. So you have to make use of the environmental bombs. So they're both hard in their own ways. Very good job, Variety. I did a Skyward backflip, or a Skyward front flip, I guess. I meant to do a slash, but a Skyward front flip sounds cooler. Yes.
And with this, since we have cleared the Earth Temple, would now be a good time to take our mid-run break?
Yes, it would be.
Amazing. So, gamers, we are speedrunning, yes, but what we are mostly doing in the year 2025 is taking care of our hands. So we are going to take just a quick break, pause the timer, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes. So hydrate, do what you gotta do. We will be back with the second half of our Skyward Sword heart percent in just a couple of minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Make Your Own Victory. I unironically love and appreciate chat for sharing hand stretches in the chat while we were on break, but we are going to waste no more time and return you right back to a Variety Pack's heart percent run of Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD. Variety, floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm just taking out my frustrations on this bird for how this run is going. Fear not. It's a statue. It won't get hurt. So, yes, we have just completed the Earth Temple, and we will be making our way to the final segment of the game, which is going to be in Lanayru. Using all of our targets to get as high as possible. Move towards this zipper. And we only need to actually use 2 of them here. We don't have to wait for that 3rd one. And then we will dismount on the same place and add that tablet that we just got. Once again, doing that very minute thing where we activate first-person mode just as we enter a transition. And then waiting around a little bit for some cutscenes.
So, Elliot, how did you come by heart percent as a speedrun? What is your history with this category?
My history with this category, I would say that I had a little bit of FOMO, you might say, because all of my friends were speedrunning Zelda games, and I wasn't. So I had to think about a game that I would have been okay playing for a long time, and one of the only ones that I had access to, could easily capture footage for, and was fun enough, I suppose, was Skyward Sword HD. I wasn't a huge fan of back-in-time stuff, so the fact that the HD version exists and does not require it is very nice. All right, so I'm going to be doing a very interesting trick here. 6, 7, 8, 10. If I timed that correctly, which by how this run is going, perhaps I did not. Okay, I did. Oof.
Nice.
All right, so by jumping off that bridge and doing the drifting, I guess, in the manner that I did, I am allowed to essentially go directly towards the Lineru pillar. I don't have to sort of start at the section of the sky that the game wants me to start on by jumping off of that bridge. I can start a little bit over to the left, which saves quite a large segment of time. It prevents you from having to like go over Skyloft to reach the Lineru pillar. There is a faster way to do it, but I've never found it particularly consistent for me. So, sometimes you got to develop your own strategies.
Exactly. And make your own victory.
And make your own victory. True. Yeah. Although I will say that the function of harp is not so much. Sorry, I just need to count here. 11, 12, 13. The function of harp is not so much to be an alternate victory condition, so much as it is just a way for people to play Skyward Sword without having to do a 4-hour run in order to experience it.
No, that's an extremely important part of the show as well. There are so many good speed games whose biggest downside for people approaching them is just that the main category is 4 or even 5 or 6 hours long.
Yeah, the moderators of this speed game were they were very gracious. They were very merciful in allowing such a category to exist, an official one at that matter.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild has tens of millions of category extensions. Skyward Sword HD does not get that same treatment, but things like this still make it a fairly pleasant experience. And that's why I want Bug Catcher to be a thing. So that
I was
we
going
can
to
have
say,
some category
if you could
extensions.
add some Skyward Sword category extensions, you got anything in the tank besides Bug Catcher?
There's also the treasures screen, which is get one of every treasure. The problem with that is that it is, bug catching percent is already fairly RNG dependent, but add the treasures onto that. The treasures are 10 times more RNG dependent. Like there are chests in the overworld that give specific rare treasures that are RNG, which you actually get from them. So that's a lot of time wasted if that doesn't go your way. Wow, good basketball variety. All right. So we will be doing something here called break sliding. That is not BREAK sliding, that is BRAKE sliding. What this essentially means is that we're going to be putting our left Joy-Con stick in a very particular position, entering the items screen, and then hopefully, if I did this correctly, I will zoom across the sand. That was okay. Let's try that again. Okay, that did not work. Yeah, so of course this would happen during this particular speedrun where everything is going wrong, but I did actually just get new Joy-Cons because my old ones were just drifting to an extent that I was just not pleased with anymore. And this downside of that, unfortunately, is that I am no longer used to where the position where I need to actually have my left Joy-Con is anymore. ESS position, as it is called. I actually forget what ESS stands for. It might be Extended Super Slide, but I could be wrong about that. Anyway.
That sounds like Zelda speed tech to me.
That does sound like Zelda, yeah. That particular position is very, very small. So, focus here just a second. There we go, that's better. This should get us over to the other platform. Get rid of these bats. The reason that I was failing that trick before is because the bats, unfortunately, also have targeting, and you need to make sure that you're targeting the entire time, not an enemy, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, messed it up a couple times there, but we'll have plenty of opportunities to mess it up even more. Like right now. Although I don't think it's actually required for this one, it just makes it a little bit faster. All right. Ideally, we can roll this bomb towards this far rock before these bats get to us. Good. And essentially, we're just clearing out a pathway for the time shift stone to activate the minecart and sort of send us to the next segment of the Lineru Desert. Go ahead and pull this minecart into the reversed time. And make our way
link.
Yeah, spinning. There's not much else to do. So you gotta, not only do you have to make your own victory, you have to make your own fun.
This is true.
right, coming up we have a very obnoxious fight against two Technoblins, which are essentially the Bokoblins that we saw before, but with electrified weapons, which makes attacking them a little bit more dangerous. We're going to run up the side of this box here, and there is a stone that contains a time shift orb, so we're going to throw a bomb in there. Collect an additional bomb just in case. And then we're going to want the Bokoblins in this fight that are going to be revived from the time shift stone to enter a very particular position. And if they don't, which it did not, it's going to be a little bit interesting. We're going to want to throw this first bomb over to that first Bokoblin so that it dies from the bomb. And then we want this next Bokoblin to either not see the bomb and explode or walk out of the arena, thereby sort of rendering it as dead, at least for the game's purposes. That was very good.
The perma-frozen running away into the bars of the cage that one Bokoblin did, I'm gonna be thinking about that for weeks.
That is true terror. All right, so now we'll be performing Temple of Time Skip, which is one of the really, really difficult mandatory break slides. So I'm going to push a little bit. All right.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah, that one, on ESS position, once you get used to it, is not that difficult to actually achieve. But I got new Joy-Cons specifically for this showcase 2 days ago.
Flattered.
And, I did not even stop to think that ESS position would feel a little bit different. So I'm glad that I at least got the hard ones. Yes, you may speak. All right. In this room, we're going to make use of that property that things that are not on camera don't exist, so that we do not aggravate the Ampulus that is right behind us. Run across the sand, pick up this bomb refill, and then we're going to do yet another break slide across the sand. Typically, you're supposed to use an Ampulus shell and ride your way across, but this is a little bit faster. By which I mean a lot faster. That was being sarcastic. Okay. Now that we're over on the other side, we can activate the time shift stone. And everything is going wrong on this run today. Okay. The universe just continues to beat one down. All right, we're going to pick up this Ampulus egg, I believe it is called, and we're going to use its electric powers, its electric properties, to activate this terminal. Such a terminal will thereby open the bars of the doorway that is currently locked off to us. And we're going to do this one more time in one other room. We're actually doing this in a completely different order just because we did that Temple of Time Skip. But if we didn't do Temple of Time Skip, we would have to go through a gigantic segment of bomb, basketball, and running and activating time shift stones, and we absolutely do not want to do that. So by doing that double break slide, we have skipped a ton of stuff in the game.
Like, what's the ballpark? Like half the temple? A third of the temple?
Certainly a large part of the actual area before the temple. Now you'll notice that I actually unequipped my shield. That's not just because I want to be lighter. Like, there's no weight system in this game. However, the inputs to do a shield bash and to do a somersault are very similar to each other on the left joystick. So similar that the game will often confuse the two. So in an ideal world, you never have the shield on, because then when you're trying to do a roll, the game will never make you do a shield input. Very rarely is that a catastrophic problem, but if you're trying to do a roll in a very specific time and you end up doing a shield bash, there will be one of those instances at the end of the linear mining facility. It can spell like significant danger if you're not prepared for that. We're gonna roll a bomb over to this cracked wall at that exact position, just past that bush on the right. Therefore, when it gets all the way to the wall, it should explode with just the right timing. We'll do a bonk on the void there, just for fun.
Flex on the void. That's the sub-theme. Flexing on everything today.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully keeping that Ampulus behind us off screen so it doesn't try to charge us since it's looking directly at us. Activate that time shift stone, which unfortunately does revive a Technoblin, but we're going to try to hit it and take it out before it can actually be a problem to us. Something very annoying that Technoblin can do is have its ending blow, I guess, prompt to be inside of the wall, and which means you can't hit it. So I want to position myself, just take a little bit of extra time to position myself in a manner that does not actually incur that particular condition. All right, there's our second module, our second node, I think is what the game actually calls them. And then our final one will not be in a grand stadium like this one. It's just going to be sort of out in the open. And we'll get to use a couple of interesting bomb tricks to pull that one off. Again, make sure you're entering first-person mode as you enter most of the scene transitions in this game so that you can start from a standing position. He's going to come out and give us some extra waypoints to try to get us to really memorize the pattern in the sand there. But we're speedrunners. We know exactly where it is already. Now, as I dropped that bomb, I wanted to make sure that I was actually standing on that cobblestone solid ground there. If I had not, then I would have not gotten the stamina refill that is very helpful for getting across that sand as quickly as possible. Additionally, I threw a bomb into the bomb thing, but also rolled a bomb right on the bottom left-hand corner of the tablet. When that tablet fell over, it exploded the second bomb, which means I didn't have to wait, throw another bomb, and explode the wall. I got to expedite the process by sort of overlapping certain inputs. Okay. He's gonna talk to us a little bit. Master Quack, 3 exclamation points.
Oh.
And then as we're running over to this final terminal, we'll hopefully, come on, Variety, we'll hopefully hit that time shift stone from far away so that we don't have to run up to it and slash it. And then begin this puzzle. Essentially, if you saw the map there were 3 different areas where the nodes actually existed, assuming that you had a north-facing compass. And we just need to put all of the nodes in their proper positions, these positions. And we will soon be entering the final temple of the game, Linearu Mining Facility, which is my favorite dungeon to speedrun, even in any percent. That includes Ancient Cistern, that includes Fire Sanctuary, that includes Sandship, and that definitely includes Skykeep. I don't know if Mini352 is watching. He is currently learning the all dungeons speedrun route, which is the only, which means that Skykeep is the only dungeon that we do not visit in any percent. So you'll really only do all dungeons if you really like Skykeep.
Which it sounds like you do not.
It's a little bit tedious. All right, move my beetle up just a little bit so that I can avoid the spume that would otherwise get in our way. And like I said, if you are close enough to a spume, it doesn't actually try to attack you. So we'll run right next to it so that it avoids the attack animation. And that's, I think, because it doesn't really have a close ranged attack. It only has a far ranged attack. So it doesn't really have a way to hit you up close. I'm noticing a discussion in the chat about the motion controls versus the controller inputs. And as I said at the output, I do want to encourage people that find this game interesting that even if there is a question of disability regarding this game, that the controller inputs actually do work fairly well. I'm not very used to them, which is why I don't prefer running with them, but they're 100% adept for most speedrunning applications. It only loses a little bit of time in 90%, and the time loss in HARP is absolutely negligible. So if this does look interesting to you and you are not a fan of motion controls for whatever reason, I would highly suggest learning this with the controller inputs because they are more than sufficient. I'm gonna play it safe here and get some extra slingshot pellets since my aim has just been awesome. Okay. Barring that embarrassing plunge into the depths, we will make our way back into the previous room. Yes, of course. And there are 2 Staldras here, but we will not be taking out any more Staldras. We'll just be running past them because the ground on which they stand is just wide enough that you could roll around them. And we'll be doing a couple of skips in this room here. After we climb up these vines, what you're supposed to be using is the hook beetle to grab that bomb to destroy that box. But because we are speedrunners, we can use our own bombs. Bring your own bomb. We can just use the hook beetle to grab our own bomb, crash it into the ladder, and destroy that box from all the way up there. Now, if you remember that super epic and sick slingshot shot that I did all the way back in the Skyview Temple, we're going to do another one of them here. Nice.
Nice. See, that was what the plunge was setting up for. Just instantly perfect aim on the hard shot.
Yeah, that is a very... It's not like the most precise shot of all time, but ideally what you're supposed to be doing is do that shot, and before it actually lands onto the switch, you roll off of the platform so that you can save just a little bit of time. But again, if you don't hit it and you roll off the platform, then you have to climb all the way back up the platform. So that's definitely not worth it. So I was just a little bit cautious there. Do a shield bash on the laser somehow to reflect it back into the beamos so we don't take damage as we activate that switch. And make our way into the room where we will be collecting our dungeon item, the Gust Bellows. I'll be a little cautious here to get some extra slingshot points. And then I'm going to try to hit this Froak in such a way where I take damage. I didn't quite. We're going to want to be at 0 health here at the end of this room, much like we did when we were entering the Earth Temple. So I'll set myself up for success here by blowing myself up there. And then I'm going to place a bomb to my side, then open this chest. We're going to be performing yet another death warp. We will attack this bomb, and then it will teleport us away from this room into the room that we actually need to be in. And thankfully, it will remember that we did collect the Gust Bellows. Very small optimization, by the way. It is ever so slightly faster to die when in a manner where Link is thrown to the side as opposed to forwards or backwards.
That's real funny.
So I didn't do it the first time, but I did do it the second time. All right, with our newfound Gust Bellows, we can jump off here and solve this block pushing puzzle. It's not required that you kill these small arachnid creatures, but I'm going to do it because they can get in my way. All we need to do here is put this box directly on the corner of the switch, so we don't need to push it one additional time. And we will yet again run past this Staldra into this next room. Here's the second to last break slide of the run, so again, with my new Joy-Cons, I'll take a little bit of quiet time here. That wasn't a bad one. One more time. All right, good.
Nice.
Yeah, normally break slides are fairly trivial, but with these new controllers, I did not spend adequate time to try to get used to them. All right, we'll jump on this platform here. And I'm going to try something just to, again, try to make up for the hilarity of this run, I'm going to stand pretty close to the doorway and try to blow open this door just before it actually hits the top. Unfortunate. I'm trying to roll into the gate, but since the BMOS is there and is patrolling the area, I'm just not gonna bother. Jump slash off the platform there. And the Centro up here is gonna try to shoot missiles at us. We can take it out if you're very concerned, but it is fairly slow, so we're just gonna ignore it. And hope that it doesn't send some remote controlled bombs at me. If it does, that'd be pretty annoying. We want to make sure that we're spinning this pinwheel directly in front of the door so that we have as little distance as possible between us and the next room. And we're going to really make use of that camera thing here. So there are two Stalkers behind us that definitely know that we're here. I mean, they did just try to attack me. But because they're not on camera, they essentially, to the game, don't exist. None of them will attack me, even as I'm doing my business here.
They just got a little distracted. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Had to check their phones.
All right. Dust off this time shift stone here a little bit. And as I'm walking backwards, throw in a slingshot pellet to activate it. And then we have our first Armos enemy. This is one of 3. I love Armoses in this game. I have mixed feelings on them in other Zelda games, but they're actually very fun here. Use the Gust Bellows to open its 2 weak points, and then make sure that you can get both of them in one cycle. One of them requires a slash, one of them requires a stab.
I'm with you. I do quite like the design of Armos in this game.
The magnets are a little bit hokey, but that's fine.
But it fits the dungeon aesthetic really well.
It does. You'll notice there that I did a shield bash. That's why we unequip the shield. Sometimes when you're trying to do a roll, you'll accidentally get that shield bashing instead. Oh. Okay, that was the final bracelet. And of course, I did successfully do it, I guess, but it was a half success. Now, if you take a look at the top right-hand side of the screen here, you'll see my stamina bar, and you'll see that I'm actually on purpose going to be draining it now, and that's because the normal crawl speed is exactly the same as the depleted stamina crawl speed. So what we're going to be trying to do is just hold the stamina or the dash button throughout this entire little segment here, because if the normal crawl speed and the depleted stamina crawl speed are the same, there's no reason not to. There's a switch here in the sand. Okay. And we'll make our way to the next segment. We will immediately pull out our Gust Bellows and then sort of walk around this minecart so that we can access the time shift stone in the middle of it. And then ideally, you're going to be doing a sort of jump slash into the little final segment that you see there. But I'm just going to be doing a roll. A little bit more consistent. And with how catastrophically this run has been, I'll take every little bit of consistency that I can get. Now we're going to be doing something that's very, this is honestly a really, really cool trick. So we need to make our way all the way over to the other side of that platform. But we have to use this minecart somehow. But you're not really allowed to stand on it. But we're going to overwrite the game's desires here. We're going to place our bomb at just the right place here. And then we'll do a jump slash onto the minecart. Thankfully, the collision of the minecart is such that we can just stand on it and the bomb will activate the time shift stone and we'll have a little bit of a ride over to the other side. Yeah, you can see that the collision is not perfect here because Link's left leg is acting a little funky, you might say.
Nah, he's just tapping to the dungeon music. Don't check me with the BPM on that.
Yeah, with drifting Joy-Cons, this trick is horrifically risky because if your Joy-Cons drift and you fall off, you have to do that all over again. So that's why I thought that it would be perhaps worth getting some new Joy-Cons for an actual showcase of this run. All right.
Chat showing some love to the stanky leg.
All right, you'll recall me saying a while back that the shields and rolling thing doesn't really come up that often, except for one place at the end of the linear mining facility, and this is that place. What we're going to be doing is once we unlock the time shift stone over there, we're going to throw a bomb on it to activate it, but at the same time, we're going to run all the way back through those conveyor belts that we saw. This means that hopefully we don't actually have to trek all the way back as it's happening. So let's see if I can do this. I'm also going to be cutting it close. Ooh, I think that's fine. Okay. Oh my god.
Yeah. Let's go.
That was pixels away from not working, but
Just putting on a show. I always believed. Chat, did you always believe? I always believed.
all right, there's yet another Centro here that we're going to desperately try to avoid being in the sight of. The way that the Centro works is, again, just like any other enemy, if it's not on screen, it won't attack you. But for some reason, the Centro really likes to be in the most inconvenient locations. Very often it likes to hang around where I currently am, which makes doing this next trick a little bit dicey, but we should be fine. Effectively, what we're going to be doing here is activating the switches that are inside of all of these bomb tablets. However, the collision of the bomb tablets is such that you can actually just throw a bomb onto it instead of inside of it, which means that it will still activate the switch. I'm going to be a little bit cautious there. Otherwise, it's perhaps possible that the beetle would have exploded the bomb instead. Good, we're going to be very careful not to look too far to our left, otherwise the Centro might see us. And we need to do it in a very specific order. The way that you are normally supposed to find that order is you go to the other side of the room, do some puzzles. Oh yeah, see, there it is. Go to the other side of the room, and then find the order 1, 3, 2. But obviously we're speedrunners, so we know what we're doing. We do a backflip off there because we didn't actually touch solid ground. We are able to simply jump off and land back at the last solid ground that we were. Are you serious? The last solid ground which we were, which was directly next to these Armos here. But while we wait for this Armos to die, we will throw a bomb and explode ourselves once. Make sure that there isn't any missiles coming our way. Throw a bomb here, and then, yeah, exactly. And then pick up the boss key here.
That is the camera move of someone who has lost a run to those missiles before.
Yes, it is a well-documented event, you might say, where the Centro, for whatever reason, has shot a missile towards you, and you have one hit in you, so it completely destroys your run because you start all the way back here, and you have to do all of that again. All right, our final fight is going to be against Molderock. And I was just practicing the fast strike for this, so hopefully I can do that as well. Essentially, we're going to be wanting to use our slingshot pellets to stun the eyes. That seems a little bit strange, but we will be using the slingshot pellets to stun the eyes and slashing the eyes in a very particular rhythm so that we can continuously stun lock both the eyes on the claws. After that, we'll have hopefully pushed Molderock back against the wall so that we can just do 4 stabs without him having to go into the ground, as he would normally do on a casual playthrough. So let's see if we got it. All right. Let's go. Slash, wait, slash. Ah, not quite the right timing. And he missed, awesome.
Love when the boss helps you out by doing the exact opposite of what they should.
Yeah. All right, that wasn't too bad. So he is now against the wall. So hopefully we can do it here. Slash, wait, slash. Slash, wait, slash. Oh, really? Okay, that was a little bit too slow. Fortunate. That's okay. Slash, wait, slash, slash. Good. So now that is against the wall. We can just do 4 stabs. And that's Smolder Rock.
Nice.
Yeah, stabbing is well known to be one of the Joy-Con's, I guess, less consistent attack options. If you are playing with the controller, all you have to do is press inwards on the stick, which is way more consistent, but, you know, comes at the cost of having to use the controller. I activated the Mic Pro controller, which is why I have to go into the screen here. All right, so that's essentially the end of the temple, and therefore the end of the category. We're going to do a couple of cutscenes here, and one final speedrun adjacent trick. You'll recall me saying that the beetle, optimally to fly the beetle, you will have it pilot up as far as it needs to go, and then horizontal. That's because the beetle moves faster in a horizontal motion than it does any other direction. So that will be very useful here, because there's going to be a switch that is very, very far away from Link. Get out our beetle. We're gonna send it as far up as we need it to go, not any more, not any less. And then once we do, just have that beetle go directly forward. You'll see that it moves a little bit faster when it is going directly forward. All right. All that's left is to get into the mine carts. And as soon as we leave the temple and the screen fades to white completely, that will be time. So we'll do some last spins. If anyone's got any spin emotes in chat, now is the perfect time to use them.
Chat, you know what you must do.
Or any salute emotes, those work too. All right, we're gonna step out of the minecart here. And as soon as we enter that doorway, will be time. So 3, 2, 1, time.
GG art %.
Thank you very much. I did my best. Maybe it didn't look like I did, but I promise you that I did do my best.
All I see is Underestimate with a ton of trick shots and some very cool boss fights along the way, and a room full of chatters spinning their little hearts out for you.
Good, I'm glad.
No, congratulations. Tell the people where they can find you, what you're up to.
Yeah, so I've been a variety pack. I am a speedrunner of, as the name implies, a lot of different things. I've run Bioshock Infinite, this game, Bayonetta 2 and 3 in particular, but I've been sort of branching out into other things as well. I also have a YouTube channel where I post video game arrangements and stuff like that. So if you're into some music making processes and stuff like that, go ahead and check that out as well.
Awesome. Well, friends, thank you so much for hanging out with Zelda. I always forget how intense this cutscene gets. Thank you so much for hanging out with Zelda. We are going to take a quick break, having now crossed the halfway threshold. There are just 2 runs remaining in today's episode of Make Your Own Victory, so if you're sticking with us for the long haul, get some water, check in with yourself, your friends, and any small animals that may be nearby, and we will be right back with some more Make Your Own Victory. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the show that aims to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning with 0% of the completed video games. Thank you so much for bearing with us while we spotted some tech gremlins, and I am delighted to report that the payoff of this Shine Sprite bit is finally coming to fruition, because it's time to get Mario in just a second. But first, I want to let everyone know that Back to Black 2025, the upgrade to Unapologetically Black and Fast, will be live February 6th through the 9th here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. You can catch the action and support an incredible cause. Type !BTB in the chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the all-black speedrunning community, typing !BAF in Twitch chat. If you craft prize submissions are still open until the start of next month. That's until February 1st. I'm so excited. This is the first charity event that Black and Flash is putting on. The schedule is full of heavy hitters, and it's going to be such a wonderful time. If you're just joining us, the theme of today is about some of the side stories, community stories, behind-the-scenes look at AGDQ 2025, as the replays for that event have been going on in between Hotfix broadcasts this week. And I'd like to share a little bit of a personal anecdote, which is I had the opportunity to host for Kaizo Mario World 3 during that event, which was unreal on several levels. But the Kaizo community is not one that I personally had interacted with very much before AGDQ 2025, but Kaizo shows up at these events in such a major way. They had a group community playthrough of a fan game called Jump 2 going on throughout the entirety of the event. I had so many wonderful conversations with people who have been speedrunning Mario fan games for as long as I've been alive. Don't tell them that, though. And at the event, alongside our next runner, we concocted a truly special, never-before-seen category for this show for you all today. I have been told to know as little as possible going into this, so I will let them explain it. Please welcome Gossip Greg running YUMP 2 Yellow Switch Palace RTA. Take it away.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. My name is Gossip Greg. I am going to be playing some Mario for you today. I am joined by one of my lovely community friends, BD. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm BD. I am the PR lead for SMW Central, and I'm really excited. This is going to be, y'all, this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's just say it. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Okay, and we also have a bunny cam set up. That's my adorable pet bunny, Aurora. She's going to be hanging out during the stream. Before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and just quick reset the console just so everyone can kind of see the type of game that we're dealing with today. So very normal Nintendo
Just
presents.
Totally normal things, right? This is what we're used to seeing.
A very familiar title screen to anyone who's played Super Mario World before.
And there it is.
Yeah. So, BD, while I go, actually, let's get myself counted down and started. And then, BD, do you want to give a little bit of a history lesson to chat?
Yeah. You ready?
I am ready. Let's
All
do
right.
it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Video games.
Good luck.
So, as people will tell you, the only reason you make SMW fan games is to write message box text and intro box text. That's really the only reason we do any of this.
That's why I got started in the community.
Yeah. So, that history lesson, Quack was talking about this, but 10 years ago this year, a group of people who all watch... Oh, yeah, by the way, this is our big, huge man.
He's just a big guy.
A group of people on the forum for the YouTuber Raucow. That's how far back we're going here. A group of people on Talkhouse, which is the forum hosted by Raucow, decided they wanted to get together and make a Super Mario World fan game after watching Raucow's playthrough of a variety of different fan games at the time. That game turned out to be Janked Up Mario Party, or Jump. And it is probably the most, if not one of the top influential fan games you could possibly come up with in the community. Since then, the group of people that have gotten together and made Jump 10 years ago have largely stuck together and formed what's called Jump Team. And Jump Team, both individually and collectively, are responsible for probably the most influential and the most beloved fan games, standard, Kaizo, however you want to define it. Jump Team is responsible for a lot of that. This is influential for a different reason. Part of the response we got, or that Jump Team got, from Jump was that it was very hard, and there were a lot of people, particularly YouTubers, who did not particularly enjoy the experience. And so as a send-up to those people, we had YouTubed up Mario Party, or YUMP. Fast forward a few years, all of the people in Jump Team have been making collectively and have been making individually, but still had that same take the snot out of the community energy. And so what we have is YUMP 2, the sequel to the beloved, loving satire of a fan game from 10 years ago. We've come a long way to get here, and I hope you're all ready, because this is going to be fun.
I'm seeing some extremely normal Mario gameplay to start.
These are some normal. So, Quack, something for you. If you at any point see anything that you have a question about, just feel free to ask.
Amazing. I'm so excited for this run.
Yeah. And chat, if there's anything that you see that you're like, that's not right, that's a little weird, just put a smile in chat for us. Just give us a quick smilers, because it will make everyone happy to see that you're just making everyone smile. That's why we're here. So we have some hot dinos.
Just realized I don't usually get here with a power-up, and so that obstacle was suddenly, like, way more frightening.
Greg and I were talking earlier, and we think this is the first time a non-Kaizo SMW fan game has ever been run on any GDQ at any level.
DD, what does that mean? What is Kaizo?
So, if you've watched SMW fan games in the past, you might know that Kaizo usually means very strict, very difficult, very precise platforming, all done in SMW. There are a lot of Kaizo fan games in our community, but there are a lot more standard fan games. And what we mean by standard is people that are trying to make games in the spirit and in the design of the original SMW. So in standard, you see a lot more freedom, you see a lot more opportunity to do things you want to do. For speedrunning, it means you get a lot more opportunity to find speed saves and skips and tech and all of that. But for our purposes here, it means you get power-ups a lot more often than you do in a Kaizo game. And we are going to make use of those multiple times throughout this run.
I was going to say, because you were talking about like forgiveness and kindness to the player relative to strict regiment, but this is, in some respects, like a parody fan game, right? Like, I'm seeing a lot of choices that do not necessarily seem made with player kindness in mind.
Yeah, like, because Kaizo sometimes gets conflated with difficulty, which is often true. But if you talk to any SMW player who's been around for a while, they will tell you they're way more frightened of a hard standard level than they are of a hard Kaizo level.
Oh, good.
Way more terrified. This is a puzzle level. It's a really cool 3-exit puzzle level that we don't need to do more than just this of. But this is also cool because this is a power-up farm. And we will be coming back to this later. And by later, I mean like right now.
So you've talked a little bit about the provenance of the fan game. Tell the people about Yellow Switch Palace %, because we cooked this at AGDQ.
It's actually pretty simple. You start at the beginning of the game, and you go until you hit the yellow switch. That's it. Now, what does that mean? Well, we'll all find out when we get there. But all you need to know about this is that we are going to go find the Yellow Switch Palace and hit the yellow switch as fast as we can.
Yeah, and it shouldn't take too long, all things considered. It should be a nice little jaunt, if you will.
Because, I mean, Yellow Switch Palace is the shortest level in the game, right?
Yeah. That is my understanding, yes.
Cool.
The way you say that invokes just the smallest amount of fear.
By the way, this level is awesome. We are playing the credits.
I adore this level. Everyone, shout out your favorite enemy when you see it come up in the credits. My personal favorite is Bob.
I like personally.
Another one I'm a big fan of is And Another One.
I'm adopting Another One as the little guy of this particular run. We've had an episode of Little Guys today.
We got some Greylogs,
Angel Koopas,
Wiggler, and the Wiggler Egg.
Yeah, this was something that we concocted. There is a speedrun leaderboard for YUMP 2, and it does have the Yellow Switch Palace on it as just like an individual level. We thought it'd be fun to at least, show how you get there, and that gives a little bit more of a sense of, the flavor of the game we're dealing with and some of the, level design philosophies that we're dealing with before we get there. Shout outs to Nintendesi, by the way.
Yes, and shout outs to Eon. Chat, what's your favorite Zelda 2 moment, and why is it the Mario level?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, we're just doing a casual little Zelda 2 level. I think this was Error's house, wasn't it?
I believe so. It's someone's house
Zelda
in Zelda
character
2.
Error.
The creativity of the Kaizo and fan game community. Every time I think I have seen it all.
You realize you've only just scratched the surface. I've been doing the Mario stuff for about 5 years now, and I've given up feeling like I know what's going on. I'm just gonna take damage. That's fine.
It's fine.
Oh no. Personally,
fine.
I think the hardest Zelda boss of all time is the Fugu from the Mario level.
The Fugu and the Fugumanon is the hardest Zelda boss of all time.
I'll be bringing Variety Pack back from the previous run to weigh in on this.
I will say that Fugu is probably the most terrifying Zelda 2 boss. Because anytime you see a Fugumanon in a standard level, it's coming for you.
Now, worth noting, I could, if I wanted to, and if I were a bully, I could just kill the Fugu. I could use the note block to kill it. I could use some of the turn blocks. Anything that, I can bonk like that, I could actually use to get rid of the Fugu. But, look at him. He's just a little guy.
He's doing his thing. We broke into this house. We're already We've already done more than we need to.
Forget this house. We've broken into this separate video game.
That will be a recurring theme. No, I will not elaborate at this time.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we just caught that torpedo Ted.
That was spooky.
So this is purposeful. All of the manipulation of the Fugumanon is to make it easier and faster to get to this pipe, which we ignore.
No.
Oh!
This is actually, we've been doing a Fugu escort this whole time. That's
the whole thing is a Fugu escort.
And it's hard, and also worth noting, this is all vanilla behavior from how the Fugu operates, in and out of water. Fascinating enemy sprite.
I mentioned earlier the origin story of Jump Team, but I would like to take a moment to shout out Raocow, who is still making videos, and shout out Talkhouse, because they are still making SMW fan games as a community. They just released a really, really big standard fan game called And Another Thing. Really, we talk a lot about SMW Central and how it is sort of the nexus of so much SMW. It is certainly not the only thing. And there are other places and other communities that have been doing this for longer than SMW Central has existed. So it's a testament to just how passionate we all are that people that were doing this 10 years ago in the forums of their favorite YouTuber are still there and are still making really fun, really interesting, and really hard SMW. All right, let's try this again.
There we go.
There we go.
Nice.
Earnestly, one of
Yeah.
the scariest levels. It's very long, and then it just ends with that really tricky, jump under that wall there, and it's hard, harder than it looks. We're just coming back here to steal more power-ups. There's the next level I don't really want to play. I decided it was hard, so I'm just gonna cheat. I'm carrying on the philosophy we had for the community jump playthrough at GDQ, and I'm doing some of these levels without honor.
There is no honor here.
That is important. It's, as a big believer in cheating not only the game but herself, or whatever the copy pasta is, sometimes you just gotta put your cape on and vibe.
So we're just gonna meander through this.
Yeah, this is the rare fly under level. You don't see it very often, but it is still existent. So you'll see coming up, but the gimmick of this level is that these are the 4-second platforms, but the creator of this level has manipulated time so that 4 seconds for these platforms is a lot longer than it normally is. And you'll see that come up here as Greg takes on the second half.
Not unless I can avoid it, which I couldn't. All right, really good chance we're going to die. That's okay. Yep, we're going to die. Well,
no.
hold on. No, that's okay.
Oh, that
yeah.
really looked savable.
If I actually get that gold tape, I lose. Because that's the kind of game we're dealing with here.
I love Mario fan games.
And that's part of why I'm willing to do this level without honor. If the creator's willing to do that to me.
One interesting thing that Jump Team did for this is that all of the levels have their creators listed, but they all use pseudonyms. And so in order to actually find out who you can blame for the levels that you've played, you actually have to beat the game. So we will not see here who made any of these levels, because if we went to check, it would just be some random pseudonym that doesn't actually mean anything.
I got zero speeded. We're doing some real cape gaming.
This is some cape gaming right here.
I refuse to give this life up.
When you say you got zero speeded,
If you have zero speed with the cape, I lost. The attempts to use like the pump and get more height won't work.
Zero speed in this case literally means you are flying without moving forward. You are just in hover.
Yeah, you are in like the Mario can fly state, but the mechanics of the cape won't work anymore.
got it.
We could do not just one hotfix, not just a week of hotfix. We could probably do an entire season of hotfix just on SMW Cape Tech.
Don't
and
threaten me with a good time.
Well, no, like if we said that the Fugu Manon is a scary boss, the real scary boss for a lot of people that play SMW is the Cape.
Okay, this is bad. We can save this. I didn't save it. I'm sorry.
But we were talking during the Kaizo 3 run that there are all these different subsections of fan games within our community, and Cape has its own sort of corner of the universe. The thing about Cape fan games is that largely they are standard design. They are not Kaizo, because they don't need to be.
Off-screen zero speed, incredible.
Amazing. We love this. But things like Volpe's Friend, Volpe's Senpai, BK's Let's Give Up, which has been actually run on a GDQ during one of the GDQ onlines, Albatross by Curtis Strider, which is a very recent one. There are a lot of people who focus on creating things by making as cool a cape tech as possible. And if you want to see something really, really fun, Flipspad, who might be the best cape gamer on the planet, recently released a one-level fan game called Gemstones, which might be the hardest cape level I have ever seen.
And it is classified as Kaizo or standard?
That level is absolutely Kaizo.
Yes.
I gotta learn the distinction somehow.
Yeah. So ultimately, like, if we're going to distinguish, like, it's how many paths does the player have in theory to get through the level? If it's Kaizo, the designer has made it with the intention of there being one true correct path. If it's standard, there's a lot of ways, and just many of them are bad or more challenging.
Kaizo is an obstacle course. Standard is a landmine field.
I cannot get this cape working for me today. That's 0 speed. Do what's called parity swapping. Can I go under? That's a bad idea.
That's a bad idea. Let's try it.
Yep.
Truly, this is the spirit of SMW.
I saw it mentioned in the chat, but the very last level of the special world of this game is a really, really special cape level called Cape Fear. And it's special because it's very, very hard and very flashy, but it's also special in that it was made by longtime SMW contributor and speedrunner, but also just general Mario God gamer, Louis. If that name sounds familiar, that's because Louis used to hold the world record in SMB 3, while also making things like this. So
I
shout
cannot
outs
believe
to
how many 0 speeds I'm getting. It's incredible.
we got this. You're
Shout
good.
outs to Louis.
Shout outs to Louis. It is worth noting that this is a very hard, and yeah, like, so here's what happens. So we hit the gold tape. Cool, right?
Oh.
Yep.
Very nice.
No.
Very nice. That's what I've been trying to avoid. And yeah, I'm having a series of unfortunate luck and unfortunate gameplay decisions. Because all the times that I give up on flying, I have to go through an up pipe to avoid that, and I keep failing at the up pipe.
Got it. So the game always intends for you to be going over in some way. God,
And so I'm just
yumped up,
expediting
if
the
you will.
process.
Yes, it is.
Severely
In fact.
yumped up.
It's a yumped
Very
up
yumped
Mario
up.
Party.
All right, this time for sure.
First time, every time, right?
First try, every try. That's the motto of this show, other than all the other mottos.
No! How is that still not good enough? I don't understand. Brutal. I was so many tiles above the screen and it still just wasn't enough.
The creators of these levels know every trick in the book, including some that they keep to themselves and do not share with us. So to see things like the extension of the tiles above the top of the screen specifically to prevent the player from flying over it. That is something that only someone that knows what they're doing would think of, and it's very annoying, but it's also the sign of a really good maker that they prevent the player from doing that. So, Quack,
Yes.
Any questions so far?
So, I guess I'll start with the same question that I've been asking folks, because BD, you are staff, I don't want to misspeak, but affiliated with SMW Central in a pretty major way, so you've been doing this for a while. How did you initially come by Kaizo and Mario fan games generally?
So, the YouTube algorithm, I was one of the people in 2015 watching Proton John on YouTube yell at the top of his lungs, trying to play these games and failing in a way that was very funny. I really enjoyed that experience. Oh, that up pipe is just mean.
This is impossible.
It's impossible. You're going to get it next time.
For sure.
But we mentioned this also during the Kaizo 3 run. AGDQ 2015, Dram55 ran Kaizo 1 at GDQ. It was the first time many people had ever seen the games played without save states, let alone played well, and probably most importantly, played while having fun doing it. And that experience absolutely unlocked a generation of people to get into it and start poking these things around for themselves and see that, yeah, sometimes it is really fun to do impossible things in a video game. So I started getting more involved with that, and then I attended AGDQ 2019, and the rest is just kind of done from there. So yeah, shout outs to Dram for being sort of the first person to say, no, like, these are fun and you should play them. And so 10 years later, for Kaizo 3 to be on the main stage and for us to be doing something like this as part of a showcase is really special. Oh, that bonsai bill should, in theory, give you a second bite at the apple at that very rude up pipe. But the hitboxes on a bonsai bill are not always something to be celebrated, shall we say.
Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of SMW love in the chat right now. There's a lot of familiar faces even to a Kaizo neophyte like myself. But do you want to explain why up pipes are so beloved by the Mario community to anyone who may not know?
Greg, you can take this one.
So up pipes are really rough just because you have to hit them like in the middle of their hitbox and you have to be holding the up button. Hold on, we're gonna... No!
It's okay.
Sorry, I bumped up the game volume on my end so I can hear better. And I'm gonna bump it back down after. But often, you know, Kaizo makers being Kaizo makers, you have to move in a really strange way to get to the up pipe. In addition to the fact that you have to be holding up on the D-pad, on the, you know, typically SNES controller D-pad.
Which is one of the D-pads of all time.
Undoubtedly one of the D-pads that's ever been made. What is a turnaround? Has anyone ever gotten a turnaround before?
Not here. So in vanilla SMW and by extension here, whenever you do a spin in flight, you have a 50% chance to turn around. It is RNG. It's effectively RNG, whether or not you get the turnaround or not. And so if you're trying to be very precise with Cape, then you kind of have to just be willing to play with the cards you're dealt, because you don't have control over actually being able to turn around on command. In a lot of modern fan games, especially ones that use Cape but don't focus on it, that is actually patched out so that you turn around every time you spin. A lot of Cape players don't like that because the levels aren't designed to do that. So here, it's really kind of a tricky thing, because theoretically we should be able to make these climbs, but because of vanilla turnaround, we don't always have control of our ability to do that.
Love seeing from the chat, the 90s Prima strategy guide mentions the cape turnaround as an advanced trick.
Because it is. There we go.
Hey.
We're out. We'd never have to play that level ever again.
Finally.
Every time. Never have to play that level ever again.
Never again. And then also, just to not beat myself up too much about it, I am trying to use the cape to gain height off the screen.
All right,
if I don't do that, that's impossible.
Get your wrist strap out.
I'm 3 steps ahead of you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we went through that experience together. All right.
This is a nice little break. This is a spot the difference level.
Where is he? This is random every time. So it's like the same screens and the same enemies, but which one is actually the wrong one is random.
I have just one question. Why?
Yeah.
Just
You're asking
Yup.
great questions.
YUMP.
Understandable, thank you. I will never question YUMP again.
No, you should. Like, keep getting ready to continue to question as necessary.
Oh, it was that guy. Wasn't that?
And
guy?
again, chat, just hit us with a smiler if you see something that either makes you laugh or smile. Or just confuses you. That's fine too. And we're out. Hey, we found the things.
I just today learned that you can collect an item that you drop from the power-up box. Hey,
look.
I just learned something wholly new. We're going to do a different thing real quick. We're going to go back into this level real quick. Bear with me. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was small.
The rare reverse power farm.
Yes. The leaderboard
right.
for this cares that you are small when you enter the level, so I figured it would be appropriate for me to...
But hey, we made it to the yellow switch.
Yeah, it's still like
shoot.
half an
Under
hour
construction. Okay.
Under construction.
Okay.
Easy enough.
All right, so we got a little bit of a detour, and we get a whole bunch of these little mini yellow switches, which is really cool. But it's not the yellow switch, so it's not really what we're looking for here.
Still haven't found what I'm looking for.
I'm not sure I ever will.
Oh, wait,
Here come. Yep.
Okay. There we go.
Mini yellow switch. I feel like I should be counting the small yellow switches while we, because I'm sure the big one, like the yellow switch, is just like any second now.
Oh, yeah, you'll know when you see it.
You'll know it when you see it. It's
certainly coming up in just a moment or several. Okay.
All right. Here we go. We're through.
Okay, we're swimming.
We're swimming.
Interesting.
Yellow Switch Palace, a little bit bigger on the inside.
Well, this is just the detour. So we're just trying to get they detoured us through the water level. Because every Switch Palace has a hidden water level that we don't usually see.
Yeah, this is vanilla behavior.
Surely.
I mean, this is vanilla behavior. It's just you're not used to it. Okay, we're through, and so now we have this.
I can control the coins being on and off, by the way. There was a text box that told us that, but I'm just going to tell you all that.
So, I mean, Switch Palaces need maintenance. So, like, we just don't usually see this part of the Switch Palace.
Makes sense.
I can think of a couple reasons why we don't see the part of the Switch Palace that's overrun with
That's true.
bats.
Well, at least one part of every SMW level is overrun with bats.
That's fair.
All right, so
It's just usually off screen next to the underwater part.
yeah,
As we all know.
Hey, BD.
Mhm.
What's the IL time for this Switch Palace?
don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's going great so far.
I mean, you seem to be doing excellently.
I am low-key kind of crushing it, not to like run as curse myself, but
We got all of our jitters out in the 4-second adventure. Now it's just free real estate.
And now I can like see what I'm doing. So
this is very
I'm
much
not allowed
a
to
detour.
spin. Is that normal? Do they normally take the
I don't
spin
know.
button away in Switch Palaces?
This is a weird background on the wall too. Like,
Well, you can still see the diamonds there, so it's like kind of
so
Switch
we're
Palace.
still kind of Switch Palace
that's-
adjacent.
That's bad, but we can
We can save
respawn
things.
him. Nice.
Again, standard level design coming through for us.
That was
Those wing
spooky.
disco shells are very scary.
I don't know that I've ever done this room with Kate before.
Well,
Oops.
And now you don't have to.
now you don't have to. Oh, come
Rude.
on. That was very rude, Door.
That bar takes away your power-ups,
Okay.
and then the discos are right there. It's
Okay.
really easy to like.
So we're taking a detour through Super Mario Land.
Is that where we are?
I
Did I
think
take-
that's what these enemies are from.
Did I take a wrong turn, BD?
I mean, you took the only door that was given to you, so
That's true.
If you wind up
Doesn't
in
mean it was
Zelda
the right
2
door.
again, I'm gonna scream.
I
I don't
promise
think
we
they
won't
said-
end up in Zelda 2.
That made it sound like you're gonna end up in a different Zelda, and I'm gonna watch.
A different Zelda or a different 2.
yeah. Well, so okay, we had to go outside for a bit, but we're coming back in. Hey, we're in Bomberman.
Okay, Loki, this is one of the hardest, scariest rooms in this level.
But the music is a banger.
So true. Oop. I want that.
Yeah, that's useful. During our practice run, Greg was mentioning that it is truly a testament to the villainy of whoever made this that they give you all of these things that you can spin jump off of, but then take away your X button to make you throw these bombs. Because X is the run button above the spin button, and trying to spin jump while holding Y is very, very unfun. So
My hands can't do it.
whoever did this knew what they were doing.
So you can tell some seasoned Mario fan game players just like the begrudging respect for horrible things happening to you while playing a video game. I love it. Y'all are stronger than I am.
Okay.
Where are
This
we?
isn't right.
We've entered. We got redirected to mode 6, I think. I guess they must be working on the other mode, so they had to move us to mode 6.
That makes sense if you don't think about it very hard.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you there.
Glad one of us knows what's going on, BD. I'm scared. Oop. Oop.
All right.
Was that the
And
first
hey,
time I died in this level?
That was the first
Yeah.
time you died.
Oh my god.
All right.
We're
So this is a yellow room.
So that, we're probably getting closer.
We're getting close. Yeah.
Sure,
Um,
though.
That's to specifically Parrot Shoot Panic in Donkey Kong Country 2. Oh, that was
Okay.
scary.
If you won't
if
tell
I
me
take-
the... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if I take damage at all, there is no saving it in this particular room.
I will let you concentrate for this.
Oh, please do ask your question. I just might have BD answer for me.
Yeah, no, what I was gonna say is if you won't tell me the IL time, can you, when YUMP 2 first debuted and people first hit this level, what was the response to the detour in the Switch Palace if you were aware of community responses to its existence?
I think the response was to stream for longer than people were planning to that day.
Yeah. I mean, you can't help it if there's a detour. By the way, this is my least favorite room in the Switch Palace. This bomb that is stuck 3 tiles ahead of Mario cannot touch a sprite, or it will explode and you will die.
sprites include great platforms or saws or pretty much everything you see. This Bowser statue, low-key, one of the hardest things in this entire level. Also, baby Yoshis.
The Yoshis counting, that 100% would have killed me there. I mean, I would have died like 4,000 times.
Everyone say hi to Orator.
So what's going on with that?
Oh, we don't know.
I don't even remember why we're here. Unironically, though, this is my favorite room in this brief level because you can actually do some speed strats with it. Like, you just can go fast and the game rewards you, and that's always nice when you're doing a speed run, right?
Normally when you're doing a Switch Palace IL, you don't have that much opportunity for speed tech. So in this case, since we just have an IL Switch Palace, we can do a little bit more optimizing. Also, happy birthday.
Oh. It's not my birthday, but thank you. I'll steal Valor.
The level seems to think it's your birthday, though, so I don't...
Thanks, Mario fan game from a minute or two
2020.
ago. Yeah.
We got presents, and it's a spring.
How did you know what I wanted, BD? You're so thoughtful.
Don't thank me. Thank whoever made this room.
How did you know what I wanted, YUMP 2?
It has gained sentience, unfortunately.
I hate it when my YUMP 2 gains sentience.
You and me both.
Yeah.
It's a funny little thing. You get these power-ups, and you're like, oh, that's so nice. End of the room. Get power-ups. And they take them away right away. Rude.
Okay, so this is a little different.
I think we're Metroiding now. Is that?
Yeah, we're a Metroid. We're in Super Metroid now. It's hard to tell, but
that's the only shell jump we'll see today.
They did it. They did the Kaizo thing. Everyone, point at the screen. It's the Kaizo thing.
The thing.
The one thing that Kaizo does.
The one
that
thing.
we stole from Vanilla. So we were talking about the difference between standard and Kaizo. Every basic Kaizo speed strat that has ever existed is something that has been pulled directly from the vanilla speedrun or the vanilla speedrun community at some point. Shell jumps, cape tech, all of the fun little strats that you see, they exist because vanilla speedrunners developed them to make speedrunning faster, and in making Kaizo and harder standard SMW games, that tech moves from being a sort of fun little optimization to, no, you have to do this now. So Kaizo really does owe everything that it's built to bored standard SMW players. By the way, this Yoshi is low-key the MVP of this room.
Yes. During our practice run, I lost this Yoshi and literally just had to restart. BD can attest to it. I was like, I don't actually know how to do this room legitimately, so I'm just gonna give up and start over.
This is an honorless playthrough, and to that extension, we don't even do the honorable thing accidentally.
To be fair, this Switch Palace has shown us simply no honor up to this point.
Yeah,
but
we needed 20 coins. I won. I did it. I won. It was very important to get the cape, by the way, because it goes slightly faster than running.
Mm-hmm.
But all these
we're joking around, but I am doing speed strats.
To accept your prize, please enter your 16-digit credit card number, expiration date, and 3-digit code in the back. Okay, Quack.
Hey, friends, I don't have mine. Can someone read this out?
With me all at the same time. Kaizo, fan game sense of humor is I am Kaizo adjacent, I am fan game adjacent, including the I wanna be the guy series of things. But consistently I feel like maybe it's just because of the breadth of fan games that exist, but the humor is so right up my alley. I love it.
Okay, so this is Butterbridge 4.
Yeah, the classic SMW level. So that's like on the opposite side of the overworld from the yellow switch originally. So that's a problem, right?
We're going in the wrong direction.
Oh no.
Thank you, Chad.
But
I
yeah,
think we got enough digits to supply one credit card number and expiration date. Y'all are the best.
Mm-hmm.
Now the run can continue.
Now the run can continue.
Yeah, thank you for supplying those. Please do not respond to any messages you might get from your bank about this.
So yeah, like I said, normal, like, Kaizo owes everything to vanilla SMW speedrunning, like this line drawing strat. I'm pretty sure this was developed by Green
right.
Death Flavor in like 2007.
That sounds right. Oh, I did it wrong. Oops. So yeah, the gimmick of the current rooms is I can pause the game and draw lines for the platform.
Normal SMW things. All right.
Oh,
Speaking of normal SMW things,
I have several questions.
so do we, but go on.
How long did this take to make?
We don't know, and they won't even tell us who's responsible for what parts of this.
That's hysterical. Why Donkey Kong? I guess it makes sense to have Donkey Kong. We've covered so many other games.
I mean, because you can, ultimately. That's really the reason why. But, you know, we're on our way back. Eventually, we still got to get this yellow switch.
I mean, that was a Mario area, so we should be getting close.
Oh, this is Mario Sonic at the Olympic Games.
Okay, still a Mario game. That's good. Yeah, can't be much longer now.
Really, honestly, can't be much longer now. Triple jump. Equestrian.
Yoshi is a horse.
Yoshi is a horse.
Oh, good. I love this. I love this discourse. It's my favorite thing. Press 1 in the chat if you agree that Yoshi is a horse.
Oh, look at all these people being correct pressing 1.
Yeah.
We got a lot of smilers at the Donkey Kong interlude.
So these are totally normal. This is a totally normal Mario level.
Yeah. Like, we're still close to the Butterbridge area if we're seeing these, I think.
All right.
Okay.
We're doubling. Okay, so this is good. We're going back the direction in which we came.
I am inherently suspicious of that. I'm starting to get the feeling. I'm starting to get the feeling that neither of you are trustworthy sources on this detour in the Switch Palace.
Listen, I'm just here playing a level. I'm doing my best, I promise. Like, we would never do anything to deceive you.
Never.
Especially not for the sake of humor live on the internet.
You really think people would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies for content?
We've been doing it for 15 years in this community.
It's true, the Kaizo block was the first lie that was ever told.
The first lie told by humanity was making a Mario fan game. You heard it here first.
Shout out to the Java Brew because we're playing some tired Mario World right now.
I can't run right now.
Yeah, running has been turned off because we're tired.
Makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it.
Disco Shell again.
Oh, I got really lucky just there.
That was very lovely. You know, I'd say you're making pretty decent time, but like this is a Switch Palace, so you'd like to think.
It is a little alarming that the sun is going down.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of how long we've been here, if that's the case.
Oh, this is the Butterbridge Ghost House.
Yeah. This is the one with the orb in it, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
God, I can't see the booze without thinking of the persistent AGDQ bit of everyone screaming in terror.
I had that concern when I was practicing this, and then I remembered, one, this was online and people wouldn't be in a large crowd yelling at me, and two, that these are small ghosts.
These are very small ghosts.
This is okay.
And also, there is so much more to be scared of in YUMP 2 than the ghosts in this level.
Ah, well, okay, in that case, this takes a load off my mind.
Like, there's an... Okay. What you are seeing here is 8 exits of a 104 exit game.
Relatively speaking, this is a small sampling.
Knowing that in the context of the hour estimate for this particular category makes me unironically so happy.
Oh, speaking of Louis, we found an SMB3 castle.
Why not at this point, you know?
Just have to be nice and patient here, or I'll take damage and be sad. It's fine.
It's okay.
That's why we have extra power-ups.
We do.
I failed to do the pipe jump.
It's okay, you get another mushroom.
I do.
So yeah, like, this is exactly what you'd expect to find in any Yellow Switch Palace, is a fortress from a totally different game.
Wait, we were doing Yellow Switch Palace? Is that what level this is?
It was at one point.
Huh. Okay.
Final boss.
Rad. We made it to Bowser. This is probably the end, right?
This is probably, I mean, you'd think.
I swear to God, if you've taken advantage of my desire to not know anything, and we're about to roll credits on the Don't Roll Credits show.
We already played the credits earlier.
That's true.
Why the stipulation is beat the game and roll credits, baby, specifically for jokes like that one.
Oh no, I've been out-lawyered. Also, we are at the part of this level where they stop sending us to other games and start sending us to former jump levels. Like jump levels from previous jump games.
So again, because this ultimately is a loving satire slash pastiche for SMW fan games, it wouldn't be complete without some self-referential meta references, which you're going to be seeing here soon.
I am a certified sucker for some meta theater, so you will have to explain the jokes to me. It does not kill the vibe for me. I need to know.
Go ahead, Greg.
I was gonna say, I will be honest, I don't remember the names of all of the levels that these are pulling from. I just know that it is like, oh yeah, this is that one level from Jump. As most of them are that one level from Jump.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not what we wanted. Okay, that's
there
good.
We go.
That got scary for a second.
So I would like to, we've mentioned this a couple times, but I really do want to shout out to BK and I Have One Big Eye, who drove the bus on the community playthrough of Jump that was started in the GDQ practice room. We tried our best to get us through as much of it as we could, but we also wanted to give as many people as possible the chance to experience this incredibly influential game for the first time. So we brought in some people that had never played it before to play some of the more memorable levels. Shout out to Aquarium for playing one of the more infamous levels, Chuck Magnet. And I played and beat my first. Oh, yeah.
That's a mistake. I've never made that mistake before. Sorry.
It happens.
Please continue with your story.
No, I just want to say I beat my first ever morsel level as part of the jump playthrough, and if you don't know what that means,
I had no idea that was your first morsel level.
That was my first morsel level. Yes.
You gamed so hard. That was incredible.
It took me way longer than I thought it would.
It took you an appropriate amount of time for a morsel level.
You know what? That's fair.
Morsel is one of the SMW Kaizo community's most notorious creators. The things they make are, I think, cryptic is the most commonly used word.
Oh.
I always forget this is a spin jump.
The way we described Jump Team, thinking about it earlier, is that imagine if the Barcelona NBA Dream Team. Oh wait, no, we're trying to hit the yellow switch. You don't want that.
Oh, okay. I'll ignore that.
That's so brutal. That would 100% bait me.
And therein lies the point. No, but it's like, imagine if the NBA Barcelona Dream Team met and was a team first, and then went on to have the careers that they went to have in the NBA. That's kind of what Jump Team is. It's a collection of individually some of the most talented and some of the most beloved / feared / respected creators in the community as a combined power group, like mega band, if you will. And so it's always exciting to see new things from Jump Team. They've become very, increasingly prolific. So there's Jump and Jump Half, which are sort of their main sort of flagship standard level. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, by the way, this is a World Peace shout out, and this is an absolute banger of a track. But they also have YUMP and YUMP 2. They have Send Your Regrets to the Czar, which is a Kaizo collaboration. They also have sort of some smaller, less polished games. Effort World and Effort World, Naughty World, and Naughty World 2. And I want to give a special shout out to a hack that is just called OOOOO, but we collectively kind of refer to it as Bean Hack. It's very good, but it's very, very cursed.
As opposed to this perfectly normal yellow switch palace.
Well, no, this is compared to Bean.
Is this yellow switch palace? I thought I was just playing Jump right now.
Yeah, we just went back. Now we're playing Jump. By the way, shout out to Lungfish, who, while he was doing practice runs of Kaizo 3, getting ready for the run, the only other game that he was playing was Beans. So, yeah. Shout out to Kevin and shout out to everyone that worked on Beans, because that was a really fun one. But we're here. We're working on yellow switches, and all right. Hey, we're out. So this surely has to be it, right?
We're getting close.
Remember what I said about meta references? This is a big one. Juzzcook, when Juzzcook was playing the Yellow Switch Palace for the first time, and got to this room, actively let out the most defeated groan I've ever heard that man utter while playing SMW. This is a reference to a very infamous level in Jump called Mankey Bridge by the aforementioned Morsel. And this is actually a much kinder version of that level. The original level is very, very tricky and made a lot of people very, very mad when they played Jump for the first time.
We'll be patient. This is fine. That's fine.
We're good. We're good.
It's actually probably better than the strat I was using for that. So.
By the way, Jacopo Bindi, I have no idea what that means.
Oh, okay.
If anyone has any...
If anyone in chat has any idea... Oh, we got bumpties, by the way. Because of course, we have a bumpty level. But also, we can just stop.
Shout out to my favorite Mario creator, Margot. She's hurt me more with a bumpty than anyone else possibly could. She knows what she did. She's great and wonderful.
And she's not sorry for it.
Nor should she be. Oh, we should have mentioned, I can stop my momentum with L and R in this room.
That last jump is so mean.
It's so mean.
Okay. All right, so we've made it to the elevator fight, which, as we all know, is near the end of most games.
The traditional Super Mario World elevator fight. That's a fishing boo.
It is. Just trust us. So, really hope we're getting to the end of this soon. It's been a while.
I feel like I've
think we
aged
just live
30
here now.
years. I feel like I've aged 30 years inside this yellow Switch Palace.
We did mention it before. It was genuinely funny when this game came out, and like people were like, "All right, a Switch Palace. I'll do this real quick," and then shut down stream, and then like 2 hours later, they were still at it. Oh, this room. This room haunts me. Oh, rude.
Of all of the meta references, this one might be the meanest. This is a reference to a level in YUMP 1. That if this were the funny haha, YUMP 1 is the mean joke. YUMP 1 is the joke at people's expense. And this is a level in that called Bowser's Ice Castle. And I think you're good.
The original version of this was, I believe, max screens long.
Yes.
And so you just have to deal with that for minutes and minutes and minutes.
By the way, we might need if you struggle with motion, you might want to have to look away for a bit. This room gets a little blurry, but this is the most relatable Mario room I have ever played, in that Mario lost his glasses and now can't see anything.
Oh, of course.
So now Mario has to go pick up his glasses so that he can actually see the level.
And unfortunately, me trying to speedrun it means I will be doing that on purpose by taking damage boosts to save time. So I apologize to everyone for their eyes and my own.
I'd tell you that the creators were sorry, but
brutal.
I'd tell you that the creators were sorry, but I'm pretty certain that they're not.
They would do it again.
In a heartbeat.
Oh, I actually don't want P-Speed here.
So,
wait, I just realized it's hard to see, but this looks like a Switch Palace suddenly.
We're at least back in a Switch Palace adjacent looking room.
That's a relief.
That is
good.
A relief. You know, it's interesting.
Longer.
We've talked about the a propensity for more power-ups in standard design, and you know, one power-up we take for granted is eyesight.
So true.
Eyesight is a kind of power-up. Like, what are eyeglasses if not bionic augmentations? So this is a poison mushroom escort, which is just extra mean.
And it looks like we're back in the Switch
We
Palace.
are back in the Switch Palace. Gosh, I wonder what they've been building for us. Like, they've been doing a lot of construction. Okay. Unironically, time is coming up.
So,
look,
BD,
we
did
made
you
it.
happen to start a stopwatch for?
I did. Time.
GG. What
How'd I do?
a run.
That was a 31:40.
Is that
Give or
world
take.
record on the IL?
That beats the best time that's listed for the IL. Yeah.
Let's absolutely go. How dare they build a 30-minute Switch Palace, but I'm so glad you showed it off.
Thank you.
That is a technical world record.
That
We
makes
take
this
this.
a 2 world record. Make your own victory. Let's absolutely go. And we're choosing to ignore the fact that one of them was a category we built for this show. I guess technically it's 3 world records because I imagine no one else has run Yellow Switch Palace RTA.
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of either. I want to give a shout out to
Yeah, do it.
huge shout out to Alex, by the way. A huge dear friend in the community, but also the only person I'm aware of that is committed enough to run this game both 11 exit and 100%. And Alex is the person who really put a lot of heart and soul into finding some of the speed tech for this. So shout out to Alex. Also a fellow staff member on SMW Central.
Awesome.
An
And
incredible player.
where can the people find the both of you?
I exist at twitch.tv XOXO Gossip Craig, and I'm also on Blue Sky by the same handle, and anywhere else you find that handle, it is also probably me.
And I don't stream, but you can find a lot of the community stuff I'm involved at twitch.tv/romhackraces. I'm also a staff member at SMW Central. So if you saw this and you thought this was really cool and you want to play this and you want to get more involved in seeing what this might be like, that's what we're here for. So SMW Central is for you to come and explore this and all sorts of other fun SMW fan game stuff going back 10, 15 years and more.
Amazing. Thank you both so much. Chat, make some noise one more time for a small detour, but an excellent Yellow Switch Palace RTA. We have just one more run coming up this afternoon on Make Your Own Victory. So for the final time, please stretch yourself, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself and others, and we'll be right back with more. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final run this afternoon of Make Your Own Victory, the show that hopes to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning with 0% of the completed video games. It has been an exciting show so far tonight, and we've set 2, arguably 3 world records on it. So I don't want to belabor the point too much, but if you are enjoying what you are seeing on the GDQ Hotfix, in this show or in our shows generally, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on this channel, the GDQ Twitch channel, help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. If you enjoy watching speedruns, consider subscribing to the channel to help us to get access to our emotes and chat with other subscribers during our replays. In concluding the AGDQ 2025 sort of community recap, I wanted to talk a little bit about our wonderful interstitial team and sort of all of the fun shenanigans that go on between prize segments and interviews and all that stuff in between and around the runs at the mainline showcases. One of those key features being the checkpoint, which is a new thing that was introduced a couple of events ago to help add runs from the backup list onto the schedule as the marathon sort of naturally flows in time. And by sheer dumb luck, the run I am about to introduce actually got pulled off the backup list and onto a checkpoint, so you can check out a run of this very game and category from AGDQ 2025, here to reprise her role, running Have a Nice Death, fresh file any percent. Please welcome Allison 8-Bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. I'm Allison 8-Bit, and this is Have a Nice Death. I'm super excited to show this run off again. I've been doing it for a while. I first ran it at Flame 2023, and then it has been finally shown at AGDQ 2025, but not after being accepted as backup 2 times before then. So now it's run its course. We're all happy. And Quack even was on my couch for that. It was super fun.
Hi, it's me, Quack, but now wearing the commentary hat.
I once heard that you are very normal about video games.
I like indie games the normal amount, and so should you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start us off. I'm gonna open up this. I'm gonna start this file, and time's gonna be when we get out of the elevator. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip this intro cutscene right here, and we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck,
all right.
Allie.
Thank you so much. So this is Have a Nice Death. In this game, we play as Death, the CEO of Death Incorporated, and we are in charge of, ferrying souls onto the afterlife and whatnot. It's actually like a pretty nice story, but the biggest thing is we are very overworked and in need of a vacation. we have a bunch of sorrows, who are these like middle managing bosses, and we use them to try to make it so it's an easier job for us. You know, we just have too much going on. The problem is they're really good at efficient, so we need to make sure that we give them a talking to, if you will. And so we're going to start by going into this arena. Arena combat is a bunch of what you're going to see in this game, and we're going to be doing this all over the run. It's one of the two primary aspects. Some of them are very scripted, like this one, where we just know everything that's going to happen. And this is just like a nice little intro to it. They're just giving us like all the various things. We even picked up a weapon at the start. We're picking up more weapons and spells as we go. But importantly, we should talk about the category and what this run is. This is a fresh file, any percent of Have a Nice Death. So we're not actually finishing the run, though it is, well, we're finishing a run. It's complicated. So we're not going to see credits, and that's the important part.
Yeah, it's important to the show that we've had a lot of fun with category extensions, but I love roguelikes, and I love fresh file and like partial runs of roguelikes, and credits in roguelikes are really hard to hit. And so that is a beautiful feature of Make Your Own Victory.
Yeah, and so what we're doing here is we're just going floor to floor and making sure we get through as many of these arenas as possible. Arenas will have various rewards that you get both from the rewards and from completing the floor, though the first one of each section will not have them. We are also keeping an eye out, because sometimes you get a little bit of bonus rewards just because the game is nice in this first area. And so
Hey, actually, do you know what is the credits condition for Have a Nice Death? I actually don't know.
You can watch the credits from the intro, so...
Ah, yes, good.
It might be after a certain number of... you actually get your vacation at some point. There is a vacation percent. But I'm not entirely sure what that entails. This game, when it first came out, was very difficult. And I got very frustrated, as many roguelikes are prone to do to people. So I did not get too into the more basic, later runs. I was just like, this is a fun game, but it gets hard. I'm just going to stick with the fresh file speedruns of it because it was a cool category that people really liked. And so that was just where I got into this. And I was like, this game is really sweet. There's a lot of really interesting things going on too with this game. So it's we're looking for bees. Bees is going to be our weapon. So every different upgrade at the end of these sections, there are certain things that are in a bit of an order, some that are not. But we have spells and different weapons that we're getting. And one cool thing about Fresh File is that if you played Hades or other roguelikes, sometimes they do things on the first run to make the game more simplified for some players, in which you don't have to worry about seeing too much to overcomplicate you, or just make you a little bit more powerful at the get-go, just so you have the ability to have a chance on your first run when you're otherwise lacking an entire skill tree worth of meta progression. All right, here, this is great. We got fire arrows. This is the first of the spells we're going to be picking up. The next spell is going to be bees, but we do have to get one weapon between them, which we'll be picking up at this floor. We could theoretically get bees here still. Bees are just really cool for many reasons. They're a homing attack, and they're able to let us... and they're able to just do lots of damage. We're going to be doing our best to find that quickly. It'll be after Brad, which is going to be the first boss. I completely missed which floor we were on. We had more time to find them. Perfect.
Yeah,
Wait, now we're going to
just
equipment
that
storage.
easy. Yeah, so the thing about bees is that bees come out in sets of 2, which means that all of the spell damage buffs that Ali is going to be looking for over the course of this run are effectively doubled when we get bees. And bees also have a secret special buff if we fully upgrade bees, which, what would you say is the percentage of fully upgrading your bees in attempts of this category?
It really depends. Every run is different. It's a roguelike, of course, so it's hard to really get a full estimate. I usually get to level 2 for sure. Level 3 is a bit... half the time, maybe a little bit less. But what we picked up here is the Sword, which is the first of our weapons that we picked up after the hammer we get at the tutorial, the hammer. We're going to sell that right now, and we're going to see how much money I have. I did actually get a good look. 77, perfect. usually wind up with over 75, which is important because there's 2 different options you can get from the shop. Here we got an OSHA contract, which is our skill tree that I mentioned earlier. And I don't want that, so let's make it so we get our dashes faster. This is actually optimal because more dashing, more speed, everything you want in a speed run. But it's not the most important thing. We'd really rather get damage. For an optimized run, it will be important to get it just because the speed buff is big enough. But yeah, anyway, we're on Brad. This is the first of the bosses. And so Brad here is a pretty simple boss. Sometimes he kind of just melts.
I think the run is off to a good start if you have Bees by Brad. The run is not necessarily off to a bad start if you don't, but it means we get this extra attack or two from him before he goes down.
Yeah, although with early Bees, you can sometimes just melt Brad even. But even then, that was Brad. Pretty simple fight. Oh, I guess we'll get some extra mana here. We do want mana. Mana is a very important thing. And this is an enemy we're not going to find. So, some of the skill trees have downgraded curses, curses are going to be our, obviously, progression to get more powerful. But luckily, having the downgraded ones is super important for us because that can help us find certain ones that we're looking for. But they usually come with a penalty. Luckily, some of the penalties just don't affect us. There'll be enemies we won't find in a different area because we're not going to that biome, or many other things. But here we're going to the second biome, which is the industrial pollution one, which is honestly, I think, my favorite of them. The enemies are a bit more interesting than the first one. The map layouts are a bit more unique.
I don't think I've actually seen an arena this wide before.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. There's our bees. Perfect.
Nice.
All right, I could take my fire arrows to try to sell them, but it's usually not a huge priority. Yeah, bee is a guaranteed second spell. The last thing we'll be getting at some point is we'll be getting the javelin, which will have a lunging forward attack, which can be useful. Primarily, though, we're going to be focusing on just using the bees for all of our damage. And you'll see how powerful they are when we get them online. But we still do need a little bit more damage to make them more powerful. Although these basic enemies will just melt to them, which is, you know.
Something interesting to note about the bees is that each pair of bees costs mana to cast, obviously. However, the game lets you, underpay, which is to say that each bee cast costs 15 mana. If Allie has 5 mana left, you can still send out bees. So the game really wants to give you a good chunk of damage.
Yeah, and luckily there are actually some ways to get a lot of mana really easily. The one I like the most is whenever you defeat an enemy, you get 50 mana back, which means that, you spend 50 mana, kill some, get some bees, and that'll give you enough to kill something, and then you just keep trading that together until you just get all your bees out. And you just keep doing that, just get pretty much just unlimited mana. Additionally, the other one that's good is there's one where when you do something with your scythe attack, you'll actually get another 10. So then you can just chain the two together. And here we're going to a Thanager's office. The Thanagers are mini bosses that you're going to find, kind of like the elites in Slay the Spire or whatnot. And they're quite interesting. There's a handful of them that we actually find in these runs. But there are only certain ones available. I think both the ones from this biome are, and then the other ones are all pretty static for which ones you even see. Luckily, this is the better of the two from this biome. The reason we want to fight these is because, kind of like in Slay the Spire, as I was mentioning, you have a lot of rewards you get from this. You will get both a heal and an OSHA contract, so it's just a ton. Here we got deadly butterflies as an infusion, which means whenever we do our thing, we're gonna get some butterflies. The butterflies can deal damage. It's one of the better ones. I think lightning is probably the best, but butterflies is up there as the second one. And I take the intriguing floor just because it's fun to show off.
Nice.
Crack
I
like
was
the
sad-
intriguing floors.
I was sad you didn't get to show it off in AGDQ. Don't get hit.
Oh no, I got hit. Yeah, you just get to fully skip an area if you do that. I don't think our bees are level 1, so I'm just gonna go ahead and spend the 50 to get that leveled up. Control room is the other kind of shop that happens at the end of most areas. You'll be given a choice after a little bit. I talked to Jacob here. And yeah, well, you can spend Solary, which is your currency, to upgrade your different spells and abilities. You also have a different currency that we're going to be trying to find called Prismium, and that will be useful as well to make sure that we can upgrade these things. It's pretty much required to get the last upgrade. But now we're at Gordon Grimes, who is the Sorrow for Industrial Pollution.
Has a lot of very big hitboxes.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, like, unfortunately our damage is pretty low right now, which is why everything is, like, we're not melting this boss's HP. Although, it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, this
So here
this
I'm gonna
looks
be-
to be about an average fight.
Yeah. And so now we're just going to go ahead and get lots of different projectiles. There we go. Not too bad. Lots of different variations what can happen here. We'll get the lightning, which I said was the best one. So now, one of the really cool things here, there's no more minion assist apartments. That's a great one to get. Until the end of this area, all these minions are plus 10 attack. It's like, that's great. We're leaving. But yeah, so lightning is really
downgrade.
good. Both lightning and bees and butterflies together is going to be huge for us, because this is going to also mean that in addition to just giving us a huge damage increase, all of those different abilities will also help increase the frenzy meter that we have, which is giving me those big special attacks during the boss fights. And now I can use them more freely because it's so easy to refill. Let's go ahead and use it here. Oh, that was actually pretty fast. We just got one of those like cool legendary spell thingies that I don't know if they're good or not. I've never actually used them. It's very funny because you just stick with bees. You just don't even get to experiment anything else.
Classic speedrunner brain. Yeah, your shiny legendary weapons are nice, but consider bees.
Exactly. We're actually getting another trading floor, which is great. Like for the RNG, you can get 1 per biome. So the best runs will actually get 3 of these. And so getting 2, even just like a random no reset run, it's a flawless thing to show off. It does mean we get a little bit less arenas, but we are in the worst biome for that. So this area, if you haven't noticed, is kind of maze-like and can be very rude. There's no real rhyme or reason. There's kind of like patterns that you can see for if you think it'll go down, it'll probably go down, and vice versa. Aside from that, though, we're mostly just trying to make our way through these areas as quickly as possible. Sometimes you get arena skips in this one because like the generation just works out in the way that it helps you for that. But also sometimes you get double arenas for the opposite reason. Let's see. More mana. More mana's not bad. I think rank 6 has one that is like lightning deals more or butterflies deal more. So either of those would be great for us to get. Our currencies are pretty on the low side. We kind of need a good bit more if we want to get to upgrading bees again. I think we need 125 for that. Or we need the Prismium, the premium currency. But
I love
those,
how the Afterlife is a free-to-play video game.
I mean, pay to win everywhere, right?
No rest
So-
even in death.
The grind never stops. This is a very complicated area. The fun thing about this game, though, is there actually is a map to help you navigate if you get like really lost in this kind of section. But it's usually not too needed, and I never do. It's actually very funny because one of the penalties is called Souls-like Enjoyer, and it just turns off the map from you. Which, great joke.
I've been known to enjoy a Souls-like every once in a while.
I have a little friend in the back that you haven't seen. Nice little krill.
Shoutouts.
Yeah, so here we're gonna go to the manager, to King Dengu. Great fight, honestly. It can be very dangerous though, but should be fine here. Our damage should be good enough with multiple different things that increase it.
Oh yeah, this looks fun.
But yeah, you see, like, I just used the frenzy and we're already almost there again. And there goes the boss. So yeah, the mini bosses just kind of can melt things occasionally. Let's see, anything bad here? I don't care much about my money, so that's a pretty easy one to give up, but I'll still take it just in case. Okay, we don't have money for the control room, so we're just gonna go to the shop so I can sell the legendary spell I got earlier, which is totally fine. I don't need it for any reason. And sometimes I can even buy Prismium here for 75. That's pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and buy this. Lightning produces more bolts. That's what I'm looking for. This is gonna help us get even more damage. So our damage is like not fully done. Like ideally we want to get like a few things that increase the base damage by like solid numbers, and then percentage increases on top of that. But you can get like plus 50% damage. So like your bees, I think at my GDQ run, which was just very good, we got my bees were doing like 50 apiece or something.
Yeah, the numbers were bigger than I had seen them in any of the practice runs.
Or other runs.
True.
But yeah, this is Hector Crank, a crab. We need to find
love
his
a good
weak
giant.
points.
We love a good giant enemy crab. Exactly. You've
All right,
performed this run a couple of times, haven't you?
You've commentated this one a couple times, haven't you?
Once or twice.
Taking a little bit of damage there, but that's not a huge deal. So luckily, let's see what we got here. Mana regen up. There's the bonus damage. All our spells do deal 50% bonus damage. No more map. The Souls-like fan. I called it out.
Let's go! One's in the chat from the Souls-like fans!
I mean, they are probably my favorite genre, but unfortunately, they're so hard to speedrun. Except for the crab game. That one.
No bias.
Small bias. Alright, we got the damage upgrade here too, which is pretty nice. Let's see what I get for this. Pure heal. Okay, cool. I guess we never explained the healing in this game. So this game has an interesting damage system. When you take damage, you take like a base amount of damage, but you also lose some of your max health off that. So if you take 10 damage, you might lose 7 or 8, or may retain 7 or 8 max health. But there's a little bit that you will lose, which means that your heals are not always going to heal you for your full damage. You need to like use other items to get that to work. So but sometimes you just get things that give you a pure heal increases, and the gold animas, the healing items that we got, those do heal them. So they're useful for that. They do heal for a slightly smaller number, but it's not like significant enough that you would never want to grab the gold ones over the blue ones. And now at this point, we really don't need much. We're just trying to finish as possible. So as fast as possible would include getting the intriguing floor, which we're looking for the third one now, and also getting both a shop and a control room, because they can appear on different floors for this one. But even outside of that, we're just chilling. We're doing fine. The lightning is dealing out the damage. We got some butterflies.
Yeah, all of the little ads you got.
Yeah, my health could be a little bit better, and my mana could be a bit better. I have no like way of like generating huge amounts of mana, but it's not like a problem with what we got. And yeah, at this point now, it's just trying to get through here. I think my damage is good enough for Flage. We'll see. This is quite a big area. thing I don't care about. Perfect. Actually, should be
Murray
skipping
of
them.
crows.
Cool. Shop. Again, one of our free floors. We can get the free floors here. So now we're looking for intriguing floors and control rooms after this. Yeah, let's just grab it. Sure. Cloak switch is when you start by doing your, what's it called? If you use javelin, or if you use like your weapon into your spell, it'll have some kind of effect. So in this case, like using that is going to actually give us mana, which will be super useful for quite a few spots. Also, this game has, the platforming in this game is actually not bad either. It's got some interesting movement with like the fact that you can just like do like the hardball.
Oh, that's a pretty good Cammy fight.
Yeah. Okay, my damage is pretty good again. Cool. Okay, I will lose some of my dash, which is unfortunate, but we are going to, I'm gonna take that little heal too. But now that means we're gonna have substantially more damage. So at this point, we're just finishing the run. You know, we're at that fun point. But yeah, this game is an absolute blast. I was super excited that I got in finally to GDQ after many backup run acceptances.
Yes, let this be a lesson to the people in the chat. Keep submitting your runs.
I actually just picked up something to heal with, so I'm gonna take a bit of a free heal. I'll be a little bit slower for that. Nice little safety. And now we're fully healed.
Perfect.
I don't even care what that is.
We got places to be.
We could actually maybe get fully upgraded bees just in time though. Got this control room right here. Perfect. Show them all for like a second. It won't matter at this point, but
yeah. So the
show it
triple
off.
upgraded bees does give you a movement speed buff. Unfortunately, this is the final room in the game, but it's about sending a message.
But yeah,
Look,
you'll watch me
look
go
at
very
that.
quickly to the final boss.
Yeah, it took us a sec to get there compared to your AGDQ run, but this build, to quote chat, looks decked out.
And so yeah, this is the final boss. Time's coming up pretty soon. It's going to be when the health bar gets depleted to 0, and with the speed of this, it's going to go pretty quick, so you'll want to get ready with that. Time.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
the
think that
boss
might
just
have been
melts.
a faster BlizzCon fight than even in the absurd damage you had
Yeah.
in the previous run.
Yeah,
Shoutouts to bees for real.
Yeah, a little bit slower than we wanted, but you know, again, everything did all their things here. And of course, we're gonna go on our vacation, right?
Not so fast. And that's why it's making your own victory, because we don't need to wait for the credits. We just need to get our vacation sabotaged. Allie, thank you so much for closing this down today. Tell the people where they can find you and what you're up to.
So I am doing all sorts of stuff lately. I am trying to get back into streaming. It has been a minute since I've done so. Good time over there too, overall. Like, I'm pretty much just gonna be on Twitch. I'm also on Blue Sky to use that. Follow me on there. I'll start talking more about speedrunning. I'm gonna be doing a lot of Void Rot lately, which is my new game for Crossfit that just got accepted. And I have a few other games getting stuff ready for SGDQ. So thank you so much for having me, and I hope to see you all again soon.
Amazing. Make some noise one more time for Allie. And friends, that is going to be the end of making our own victory today. It has been an honor and a pleasure to talk a little bit about some of the on-site things that make AGDQ and on-site GDQ events so special to me and to so many people. And if you missed AGDQ 2025, we are going to be segueing into a continuation of the replay of that broadcast in just a moment here. When we picked up, we were coming out of the Titan Vice showcase, if I remember correctly. So be sure to stick around and check that if you missed any of the VODs or on our YouTube page. Tomorrow, Hotfix will be back with a Platformer Paradise showcase, as well as a special showcase of Symphonia, which I, for one, am very excited for. And Make Your Own Victory will next be back in a couple of weeks. We'll be returning on the 1st of February. Thank you all so much for making your own victory with me. And remember, speedrunning is a beach day. Thank you so much for playing in the sand with me. Have a good one.